2, 1. Thank you, Holly. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the HDC. Call this meeting to order. It is Tuesday, May 23rd, slightly after 4 p.m. This meeting is being audio and video recorded via Zoom. Anything you say or share may be transmitted. Please act accordingly. I'd like to get a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion.
There's no one on Zoom, so it'll be Carrie as the fill-in. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Signs.
That would be me, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, well, thank you, Esme.
The sign council met this morning. Today's meeting was a very long one, so they're not very easy. Items 2, 3, and 8 were motion to approve as submitted per the recommendations.
Okay, hold on one second. Can I interrupt you without you losing your flow?
Sure.
Can you tell us what the recommendations are?
Motion to approve as submitted, sorry.
Oh, submitted. Okay. So I'm going to just do these as we go.
Okay,
All right.
what numbers were those?
Numbers 2, 3, and 8. Can we get a motion to approve as
So
submitted?
moved.
All in favor, say aye. It'll be Connie.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. What's the next group?
Number 1 was motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, any others hold for revisions?
Number 4 was to hold for a view and revisions.
Okay. Any others?
Uh,
Just get signed up.
Number 11 was to hold for master sign revisions.
I'm sorry, 11 was what?
To hold for master sign revisions.
Master sign revision.
So we got 1, 4, and 11.
Yeah.
They're all
Yep.
hold.
Okay, is that your motion, Diane?
Yes.
All in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Connie, you're on the show?
Aye.
I think. Yeah, okay, carries unanimously, none opposed. And the remainder?
Number 5 was motion to approve with a white border on sign.
Okay.
So moved.
Can we just go through the list?
Sure.
Okay.
Number 6.
Diane, would you mind holding the?
No.
Go ahead.
Number 6, motion to approve Exhibit A, gold lettering.
Okay,
Number 7, motion to approve sign only, no lighting.
okay,
Number 9, motion to approve without top or bottom logos due to location.
okay.
Oh, and I do apologize. Number 10 was hold for further information.
Okay. So how about a motion for number 5, 6, 9, and 10 as just referenced by staff?
So moved.
Abby beat you that time, Diane. All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Connie, you're still on. Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. And did we get number 11?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that was a
It
whole,
was the master sign revision. Okay, great. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sorry I'm late. Hi, everybody. Looks like on the consents, I would need to recuse if we're going to do it in one fell swoop. Let's see. Val needs to recuse. I need to recuse. So we have 2 associate members.
So why don't I-
Did I see a third person on there that needed to? No.
Nope.
I don't think so. Okay, there you
So
go.
I'll grab it with Connie and Carrie sitting, the CCs. Is there a motion to approve consents?
so moved.
Excuse me, I'm chewing a Twizzlers. I'm
that was-
guilty.
Okay.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay,
All right, let's see. Thank you. Consent with conditions. Does not look like the regular board needs to recuse from this. Should we just do this with the regular board?
motion to approve consent with conditions.
There it is. We're all live, right? No Jesse there? So we can do a voice vote?
Yeah, that's the presumption I've been acting under.
Okay. Okay. Regular board, all those in favor? Wait a second, nobody made a motion yet.
I did.
Oh, you did, that's right. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve consent with conditions, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Now. Oh, view to be heard. I don't know exactly what that means, but
Mr. Chairman, can we move this to later in the agenda?
yeah,
So-
Lisa's actually at the select board right now, so she would like to do that, yes.
They have a
Okay,
meeting the same time we do?
well, what are they,
Not usually.
it's a special meeting that involves the planning board and the select board. It's not their regular meeting.
Okay.
ZBA,
What did I say?
planning board. It's okay.
Oh, planning board. No, I'm at ZBA, sorry. Lisa's on the ZBA.
Somebody who's listening from the planning board might think they were missing an important meeting.
True, right. Okay. So now we're going to old business of 449 Sherburne Way. There's Joe. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val. Everybody here. Hi, Joe.
Good evening. So the last request was for me to provide a site plan that showed the siting of the oldest part of the house that we were going to leave on the site. And so we've done that. The other motion that what I stated at that meeting was that instead of moving this structure to 25 Millbrook Road, that we would keep it on this property. So you've seen that. There it is. A simple cottage. And but
All right, I'm gonna jump in here if I may with a point of order
Right, exactly. Go.
and information. Joe, what's before us is actually a modification, which I think you were intending to do as a subsequent application. Because we're reviewing, the motion was to review. I was actually listening to the tape earlier because I had to do minutes. The chair clarified my clarification. And what we were reviewing today are not demolition. We're not reviewing or reopening demolition or retention. We're reviewing the relocation on the site.
correct.
It's pretty much verbatim. So it would be, the reason I call the point of order for point of information is under that motion, it would be inappropriate to review modifications to the structure. Can we go to the page that is just the
Mr. Chair,
elevations?
point of order. I mean, this is an application with a number with a set of factors that are all in play. And I guess I would just
Can we go
ask
to-
why the HDC would tie its hands of what it could and
Mr.
couldn't
Chair,
discussed on
we-
an application.
I'm sorry, but we have a member of the public out of order.
Okay.
There was a
Got
point
that.
of order on the floor that we're discussing.
Right, which
Can we go
I
to
do
the
want to
elevations,
expand
please?
on that point of order, by the way.
The elevations that just show the structure. Holly, is there a digital version that just shows the,
It's at the beginning of this. Which page is it?
Well, each page shows the 9 Sherburne Way in whole. And then it just shows the dining room structure.
Right.
And then it would show what would be the final. But if you don't want to accept that,
yeah, because we want to look at what is on the agenda.
there you go. That's
Okay, so just to be clear, I want to make sure we're structured. This is you're currently showing in the site plan the portion of the structure that we requested be retained and relocated in its existing location. Can we go to the next sheet? This is that structure with the wall. This is the bay window side, and this is looking through the building at the top. That's looking through the building at the bay window from the interior.
it's yeah, so
Okay.
essentially a cross section.
Next page, please. And this is the proposed relocation.
Correct.
Okay, so those are the three sheets that we're looking at. I just want to make sure we're all
Okay.
on the same pages. Because of the bump out being included in the drawings.
Understand.
Okay, so that was the point of order, what we were talking about, and the point of information to clarify what it is we're looking at. Thank
Okay,
you, Mr. Chair.
I have a point of order for myself. That is, I'm slightly confused. So bear with me for a moment. This is being heard under old business. This is the first time that this particular application is being heard.
No. This is the second part of the original motion, which was to,
But then it's a different application.
Mm-mm.
It's either the same application or it's a different application. So
I would
If-
suggest it's the same.
when I voted, excuse me,
Mhm.
when I voted on what I thought was the first application, the vote, which was 4 in favor, 1 opposed, was to leave the building on site with a subsequent application that would show where it would go on site, but then the rest of it was all intact. That was a vote. That was not a let's hold for revisions type thing. That was a vote.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean to be disagreeable, but that was not the motion.
I don't
So it's
think
an
it
open
was.
application.
The motion was an approval of the demolition of the portion of the structure. Yeah, I'm not using the exact words, but retention of the important historical portion of the structure, demolition of the remainder of the structure shown in the plans for demolition, subject to the commission's review of relocation on the site, all one motion, all with one application.
That was
So
my
we
understanding.
approved,
That,
that's
you
what. we
can't, you
approved.
can't approve half of an application.
Can I ask?
Okay,
a
well,
que-
I'm just telling you what the motion was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so,
Ray, can I just ask a question so I can get in my mind which one
Yeah.
you're talking about? Sometime along the line, we said something about the stuff going out to Marty McGowan's.
correct. That was Joe's original proposal.
That was the second application.
Correct.
But
Which
we
he
did-
withdrew.
I thought we
I
voted.
didn't withdraw. No, I didn't withdraw.
Oh, you
What
didn't
I,
withdraw?
no, what I did is Val said, I'm having a little bit of problem. And I said, then we will keep the structure on the site, the Millbrook design on the site.
So the move to Marty McGowan's was not ever finalized in any way.
No, and that's
Okay,
why I
that's-
said,
I
because you
just-
guys all looked at
I
it. So
was
I
just
said Marty's
reading
structure
the
is going
notes
to
of it.
remain on the site. So that's why I provided the second set of drawings.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I knew.
So
what I was.
it was the discussion at the meeting and I just followed up on it and provided the drawings that stated that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, fine. So Stephen, in your opinion, you did make the motion. It was a motion. How do I say this? Like, what if we got an application? What if we got an application for an addition onto a house? For 2 additions onto a house. We got a motion for 2 additions onto the house, okay? One on the east and one on the north.
Mhm.
And we said, we approve the one on the east. But we don't approve the one on the north. That's an open application. Either you say, we're going to approve the one on the east and not yet approve the one on the north. Closed, you have approved the one on the east. Open is if you don't approve any of it until pending the revisions to the addition on the north. They're 2 different things. So which one is it?
I
I
think,
thought it was the first one.
I
It
think-
sounds like you're saying it's the second.
I don't think we should be trapped in a prison of ideas here. This is a binary. Is it open or closed? This, what we
Makes
just,
a lot of difference to the way this hearing is going.
I know, but
But-
what we spoke of and what was clarified at the last hearing under the motion to approve, to amend something previously approved. And in your own words, Mr. Chair, you
Yes.
just, you said you were clarifying, you sought to clarify what I was clarifying, which I'll get back to in a moment. I look at this a little differently than is it open or closed? It is open, but it is only open subject to review of the relocation of the site plan. This is akin, let me please finish.
Yeah, no, I'm.
This is
I'm gonna
akin
let you finish.
to through staff. And actually, that was the discussion. Was this going to be, was it going to be relocation through staff? And there was some discomfort, which I recognized and accepted and didn't disagree with, that the commission would in fact be the body as opposed to through staff that would review closing out this application. Closing out that portion of the application, which was specifically the relocation. Just as if we had approved an application, we approved the scope of the work and we said, but we want a site plan showing the relocation through staff. Instead of through staff, the commission decided that this was of relative importance with respect to the relocation, that it wanted to be the party, be the entity that give that final portion of the approval. So that's why I say, to me, it seems like whether it's open or closed doesn't capture the true and full essence of what's before us. I want to say one other thing. I'll reiterate where we left the motion, where the motion before the vote, the motion to amend something previously approved, was the chair clarifying my clarification, stating that we are not, this is not to bring up or open up the demolition or the retention of the structure, the relative respective portions of the structure. It is simply to address the relocation. That was actually the discussion that we had just before the motion, which is on the tape. So that's where I come out on.
Point of
Okay.
order, I just don't understand how the application can be handled that way. You can't partially approve an application and seal it for any further discussion.
It gets more complicated.
Yeah.
Because I know there's representation of this owner in the room, legal representation.
I'm sure she is.
Oh, are you the owner?
Okay. Okay.
What?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, no, I didn't mean you. I meant the person behind you. No, I didn't mean Mickey either. I meant the
Gotcha. All right.
person behind Mickey. So
Sorry.
here is one potential issue for this. And that is, it's been brought to the attention of this board that because, and I want to make sure this is true, because no 60-day waive of the 60-day limit was not signed,
I've never signed one.
okay? Legal representation on your side says that now, if that's the case, if it's an open application, you have a constructive approval.
That's our
I
understanding.
mean, I think, I don't know. So it offers two things. One is, how can you limit the discussion to, well, I suppose you could say, we only want to talk about the front door, but not about the windows, as part of the motion. That's a tough thing. So we have issues on both sides of this.
But
you know,
can
pro
I,
and
back
con.
to your two addition theory, you've said in meetings, okay, we like we're gonna say north addition. We don't like the south. You guys have Xed it out, exhibit A, out the door. So I think in this, my understanding was, I'll bring in Marty's structure located there, as we see. That's the structure that you've seen at 25 Millbrook Road, but we will keep it at here.
Right.
That was my understanding. That's what I agreed to. That's what I brought forward.
So,
Oh, no,
Mr. Chair, open or not,
Sorry.
the legal theory of constructive approval applies. There is no differentiation in law. And I'm not an attorney, but the attorney can speak to this if he wishes to, but he may not to. Because if I were the attorney for this group, I would be going through these motions with the HDC, because why not? Whether they've closed it or they've opened it, the constructive approval applies if, under the legal theory that's been presented, the threshold to avoid that is a signed extension, which we do not have. So whether this is open or not, and whether it's a constructive approval or not, are not items I'm concerning myself with, because either one, that horse is already out of the barn, Or two, it's a matter of litigation that we aren't going to decide and we don't have the purview to decide. What we have the purview to decide is what was our motion, which is written in ink. And what was the intent of that motion, which was stated on tape, and it was to review not the retention or the demolition, but the relocation of the structure we approved for relocation. That's it.
If it comes up that they get the 60-day and it's going to be done, which one are they going? That's my question.
The total down.
We lose control and, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if they go for constructive approval and they win, we lose control over what gets retained, nothing, and where it ends up. It
Right.
doesn't end up on the site, the important historical element doesn't end up on the site. It can go to the landfill. This is a topic that I think we are not doing a service to ourselves, extending the discussion on, because if it goes to constructive approval, we will, and they win, we lose.
Yeah, we lose everything at
That's
the
my
building.
Well,
But why wouldn't they sign it?
Yeah,
And
Okay,
point
so
of
what we
order.
have in place, what we have in place is Stephen's motion from the last time around.
We
When
we
this-
don't get to,
Is-
the
is-
board doesn't get to talk about.
Can I ask a process question? Is it typical? I mean, how many applications do you have that are beyond 60 days and haven't reached final
A lot.
approval? Many, many, many. And
For
do you
30 years,
typically?
I have signed days in advance,
Mhm.
something, actually, I don't sign it, the owner signs it. And sent in and made official that we waive the 60-day rule. They don't have.
So the 10-day waiver is on the checklist of items to be received for old business. And there's been a verbal request to continue and a verbal acceptance to continue. There's not been any checklist that lists any kind of a waiver of the 60-day final action. So I guess I just like to understand from staff, and I have been trying to answer this question actually for a couple of weeks now. Is there a matter of course to, ask applicants to sign a waiver of the 60-day? Is that something that is typical? I just like to know.
I think I don't handle that kind of stuff in my
Yeah.
office, but I think what happens is staff gets in touch with us and says, hey, guys, you know, your application on Woodbury Lane, if you don't sign the waiver, they're gonna have to decline, they're gonna have to deny your
They'll deny
application.
it.
So you have to submit that before the next hearing.
So what happened? I'm confused.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that-
They didn't, so here's what happened.
Mr.
Joe didn't-
Chair,
What?
Mr. Chair, this is not on the agenda to be discussing. We're discussing and deliberating something in violation of the open meeting law. This is really crazy.
why is it a
Because
violation?
it's not on the agenda to be discussing. What's on.
We're
it is-
we're
not
discussing,
dis-
we're
No,
discussing
no,
what's
Abby,
before us.
sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out who I want to speak next.
We're discussing old business site plan.
Mr. Chair,
That is the motion. That was the relocation with the motion.
Very good. Okay, got it.
I'm sorry, but.
Holly.
This is important.
I would also like, and this kind of goes on to what Stephen was mentioning. You also on April 18th approved, there was a motion to rescind, which was
Well, there was
Failed.
that too.
there was also a motion to amend the previous approval. Previously stated as to retain the historic elements as shown in the demolition plan, subject to a site plan review and approval in its relocation on the property. Motion to retain the important historic elements as shown in the demolition plan, i.e. those portions in the plans not shown for demolition, subject to commission site plan review and approval of its relocation on the property. And that's what's before you this evening.
Just use the word approval. Twice, but the first time you used the word approval, I thought that it meant an approval. Apparently I was wrong.
Doesn't make
The-
any
the-
sense.
The demolition and retention were approved. Subject to review of the relocation. It's that simple. I'm not sure if I'm not articulating. Or
No,
if I am,
you're
I'll-
articulating something that I completely disagree with.
Well, those were the words you confirmed, Mr. Chair, on tape.
Okay,
So we can all go back to that. if you
Why
like.
did Holly just call it an approval? And why was there a motion?
I
to
don't know.
remand the
I'm not debating semantics. I'm referring to what is the factual record.
Stephen,
Okay,
it's just,
semantics are very important in the legal world. Would you like to speak?
That's litigation.
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Rick Bodett for the applicant. I think in a lot of ways here, in a number of things that Stephen said are correct. I would liken this to an approval through staff. The only difference is, as part of the motion, Stephen asked that the location of this structure only, what's remaining, be reviewed by the board. That's it. And you can tell us to make that a different application or not. It doesn't really matter to me. You can call this an approval or not. Again, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't really matter to us. I'm here to tell you that
I
I
agree
think
with
you,
Stephen in this. And that is that if there is a discussion on this, that it is limited to the location of the building on the site.
and I would agree with that, Mr. Chairman. And I can tell you that we were certainly willing to live with, we had a different application to move what's left of this structure off to Marty McGowan's property. But we were willing to live with having the historic part of the structure, that small part, stay on the site. And that's what you all voted on, to demolish most, to keep this portion of the structure on site. And to that end, that's why we're here to discuss
Okay.
just where that goes.
Okay,
That's it.
very good. Hillary.
Thank you. So the application number, the content of the application has not changed. The decision was voted on based on the information at the time. And the language of your decision was that the historic portion of the building should be retained and the non-historic portion of the building could be demolished, which the time elapsed allowed for additional historic resource. And this commission is here with the authority of law because
Chair, we are being instructed on our mandate. We've been given information which is factually incorrect. The motion.
What do you mean?
The motion was not to demolish the non-historic structure. The motion, an original motion, Freudian slip there, was to salvage the historical component.
And the
of
entire,
structure as
the entire structure is historic.
Please exert some control over this meeting.
Well, I think I was interrupted.
I think you ought to have a little control.
Go ahead.
So we could,
I understand
both
what you're
of
saying.
We are at number one. I'm gonna take it down a tone here. And put both feet on the ground. Take a breath and realize that process isn't the end of the world. We are discussing a topic that is not on the agenda. We are in violation of open meeting law by virtue of the fact that we are deliberating it. This based upon the 10 videos I've watched since volunteering for the town on open meeting law, and including sitting in these very seats while one of the town's councils stood here and explained with a PowerPoint and videos what a breach of that requirement is. That's number one. Number two, we have been told certain things were voted, which were not voted. We have also, which is to say that we voted to, well, I'm not going to keep talking about something we're not supposed to be talking about, other than to say the information that we received subsequent to the initial approval was reviewed and commented upon, and I know for a fact I commented upon it on tape. It was reviewed and it did not persuade me differently. So to suggest that for the record, for an appeal, which I understand the purpose of this discussion, as has been threatened in emails that have been forwarded to me, to suggest that there is some different record of events that exist other than what factually occurred is unfortunate, unnecessary, and it's just simply not part of what we're here to discuss.
Okay,
Well, I guess I wanted to clarify the motion, which was the intention was to preserve the historic portion. Is that the intention was to preserve the historic portion?
and I have a little bit of insight on this since I made.
He made the motion, yeah.
The intention was to preserve the important historic elements of the structure. And that is what we clarified in the motion to amend something previously approved.
Right.
And we also clarified that the site review, the relocation would be conducted, the approval, the review by the commission as opposed to through staff.
Right.
So that's where we are with this. And look, I'm not trying to shut down discussion.
Oh,
I am trying to stick with what,
You are shutting down discussion.
but I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if this is a two-way street, if we were to allow your interest to prevail here.
It's not my
excuse me,
interest.
As opposed to process. We would then, on the next application, have to allow someone else's whose interest you may not align with to prevail in our discussions. And it's simply inappropriate whether you're for preservation and of historic resources and character setting as I am, or you're not. We can't pick and choose winners and losers.
So I just like to finish what I was saying and then I will stop talking.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So the entire structure that is proposed to be demolished is historic. And if you all want to close out the application, then it can be appealed to the select board, which is the appropriate next step. And the goal is to protect historic resources and make sure that historic resources are understood and protected. And that's all. It's not a personal interest. It's an interest in proper oversight and stewardship of historic resources on the island. And for the record, I think this board has not made a good decision or a thorough decision. In this case, that's my opinion. And I will look forward to appealing it or having somebody appeal it to the select board where it can actually, all of the information can actually be presented in total.
I am going to be submitting a complaint to
Hillary,
the
thank-
state
hang-
ethics
hang
office
on.
this conduct.
All right, thank you.
This is-
Hillary,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Holly, do you have anything to say on the topic that I would like to hold to in this discussion, which is the location? You do. So it's your turn.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Then
Kind
we'll recognize-
of out of sequence here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the site plan review only, again, I'm not going to go into the structure itself, Windy Side, circa 1930 colonial revival, the section that's being retained as historic, understand the location. And actually, one of my comments was it would be helpful if the plan showed both the location they proposed, but it does, which is great. This would allow the understanding that the oldest section. And let's see. And basically, my main comment is the orientation of the section that's being retained stay the same
Oh.
way as it is right now. So for instance,
It would turn 90
that
degrees.
correct. So basically that is what the public would see. And that is part of those character defining features of this and the setting that the structure retains. This is obviously important to discuss the appropriateness of its siting upon the lot, including its orientation to the street. And I would recommend the commission to discuss the relocated structure's proposed new orientation to the street. And if you all do think it's appropriate as proposed, however, I don't believe as it's proposed is appropriate from the way that it is cited now. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey.
Thank you. Mickey Rowland, representing HSAG, former Works Structures Advisory Board, which is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman.
Thanks.
And all I really have to say is that HSAG is confident that the entire structure as shown on the 1938 aerial photo is historic. If you're talking about moving the historic section of the building, then you'd need to move the entire building.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey.
Public is providing testimony for an appeal, paper the record, and the commission does not have an opportunity to refute any of it. It is inappropriate, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, but this is crazy.
Was I supposed to cut off Mickey?
you
Like
are.
mid-sentence?
That's what happens when you're running a meeting according to Robert's
Let's
rules.
keep it polite.
Okay,
And you need-
I'm leaving after this application, but Val, go ahead.
I think this is
And you're
such an
taking over.
unusual situation. We've never dealt with something quite like this. So to ask questions, I apologize if it's inappropriate, but I think it's good to just understand what's going on. That's all.
And I would like to respond to that. I'm not suggesting that the commission cannot ask questions. I am talking about specifically the fact that members of the public are providing testimony to paper the record for an appeal they've already stated is in the works or will be in the works that they will welcome. And we, the commission, because it is not properly noticed, do not have an opportunity to question them further, seek additional information from them, or refute their comments, noting that they have sat here and told us that they do not think we are doing the job that we were elected to do.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak on this application? Specifically, the building's relocation on site before I turn it over to the board members? Ahem. On the location of, thank you.
Notice how the C's parted when you pointed to the lawyer. Back here, Mickey was like, it's not me. I just want to let the board know that to the extent the board agrees with Holly and would like a 90-degree change to the orientation, that's fine with us. We
Thank
trust
you.
Holly's judgment.
Okay. Here we go, board members.
Go.
Diane, thank you.
I agree with Holly
Okay,
to not change it from its,
turn it 90 degrees.
yeah.
Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
My note for the character defining feature of the important historic portion of the structure being retained versus the intrusive portion of the structure is appropriately relocated to preserve the silhouette which is seen from the street.
So you're
In
on
favor of-
board with Holly's.
Well, yes, I think
Yeah,
Holly's.
the
point
silhouette.
is Correct.
Yeah.
And this is the
Just
reason-
say it.
Very good. Thank you, Stephen. Who's next? We have 3 left, but I go last. Val Oliver, Abby,
I agree with Holly.
okay? Very good. Abby, that leaves you.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of bursting over here
I know
because
you will.
I know. Well, thank you for acknowledging my pain. Because I keep looking up the street to see if it's still there and I'm still back with when did the 60 days start? Because there were
Oh,
so many.
Abby,
Yeah,
sorry.
I know. It's just,
Okay.
it's been very confusing and
I know it is.
but
Let's not worry
okay,
about the
so my-
60 days right now.
okay, about the portion that we are saving. First of all, originally it was going to go almost in the, where it was cited historically. And now it's down in the bottom. So I thought part of the plan was that it was going to be open. It would be left with just that structure on it. And now that it's down at the bottom of the site, I'm worried about the future of the lot, that here we are, will be taking down a historic structure and something could possibly go in its place because we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen to this piece of land. And it's sort of mind-boggling.
Okay.
And, but I just have to say to Holly's point, I also think it should be kept where it was on the site. Because if you're going to give credit to it being a historic structure, it shouldn't be moved.
Can we get a clarification through Mr. Chair on that?
Sure.
I think there's some things getting kind of
Or changed.
conflict.
Or change
speculated.
the design of the structure.
Holly, did you say that it was to be I just threw you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe you said that it was to be retained in its current location.
No. She
But
said the
Abby said that
silhouette.
she agreed with Holly that it should be retained in its
Yes,
current.
the
structure.
orientation.
The
that-
orientation.
Yeah, I just wanted to make
But-
sure I understood what.
But Abby is saying further, she personally would like to see it left in its current location.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
there is a difference, but yeah, she was agreeing with Holly's opinion about the silhouette as you describe it, but saying that she would like to keep it where it is. Okay, my view is that like others, I agree with the idea of it would make the bay on the building, it would face east, correct? So I'm in favor of that. Shall we move this, folks?
Chair can make a motion.
All right, I'll make a motion. The motion is to approve this application with the stipulation that the bay face east. It can go in its current, the location is shown on the current site plan, but with the bay facing east. That is the chair's motion. Crew staff, yeah, they'd have to review and make sure it turned 90 degrees. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Can I get a clarification on your motion
Yeah,
before we?
sure.
So I'll second your motion for purposes of discussion.
Okay.
I presume that we're enclosing the open wall.
I think that's part of the application.
Right. In the relocation? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I would hope so.
I hope so too.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye. Aye. Diane, Val, Abby,
Nay,
I need to get a real, vote here.
I'm just one nay.
Okay,
I'm a nay.
you're a nay, Val.
It'd be really great if it stayed for a while. I'd be totally 100% in favor. But I will
Okay.
vote in favor.
You're gonna vote in favor
Mhm.
of the current motion.
Yeah.
All right. So the motion does carry three in favor, 2 opposed. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's see. Should I leave now?
One other comment.
Yeah.
Please, no more bag Twizzler sports needed. I have.
Oh, there's only one left.
I know, I ate most of it.
Oh, no, actually, I stand corrected. There's 3 or maybe even 4 left. Okay, now we're on to new business. 34A Grove Lane. Anybody to rep here? That's you folks? All right,
I submitted some photos of the house. I think there was pictures of the windows, but nothing of the house, so. Helping.
so what you folks want to do is you want to speak into the mic and just say your names for the record,
Lena Breskman.
okay?
Louis Bruskman.
Very good, thank you. And I'm sure you're hoping that your application is every bit as controversial as the last one.
Yeah.
So you have the regular board right here. Tell us about what you would like to do here. Roof and window replacement.
Yeah, so my husband and I, we just recently bought the property. It was in really bad shape outside and inside, so we really needed to replace like the roof, the windows, like they're cracked, they're leaking. The same with the roof, and we realized that all the windows have different shapes and sizes right now, so we try to make it a little bit more symmetrical. By I think that's the wrong
Can I ask a
agenda. Peg.
question? Were you using the past tense as in this work has already been done?
No,
Are you,
no,
no,
Oh,
it
sorry.
hasn't been done yet.
sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not a
Okay.
mother tongue English.
My
speaker.
wife's actually from Germany, so she's got some old
Oh,
old language.
Okay, I was
there.
just trying to clarify.
So
So,
we are using the same style of windows, like it's Anderson Terratone. We had Marine Home Center come out and double check on that. Yeah, the same with the roof. We will stay with the current material, just replace
Yeah, it's a standard windows that are already there.
okay,
And-
so I'm gonna ask a question.
Yeah.
Of you and maybe staff. This sounds like what we call a like-kind replace, not,
It was incomplete. There was no pictures of the whole house showing where the windows were. That's
I-
why I went and got pictures. So
got
I think it would
it.
be fine if we had a complete.
Okay.
So
Mm.
I tried to have a light kind application, but I was told as soon as I change the size of the window, of the existing window, it cannot be a light kind application anymore.
So are you proposing different sizes?
Some windows don't exist in that size anymore. And
Uh,
I included a picture of the house, actually, of the plans. I
Can
don't
I get-
see it right now.
Can I get a clarification, Mr. Chair?
sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but are the windows going to be remarkably similar size?
Yeah.
Or they're going to be different by a matter of more than 6 inches?
It'd be pretty close. The house was built in 1982. Some of the windows aren't available. We're replacing pretty similar windows. Basically, we met with Marine Home Center and they told us what was available.
So within an inch or two of sizes, widths and heights, you're not putting in a window that's twice as wide?
No, it's
Okay.
not that, it's not that far.
Okay,
I
thank
don't-
you. I
yeah,
appreciate it.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
I would like to just suggest through staff, well, I'll wait, but I think that we could close this out through staff.
I think we could too.
It's just that there was no floor plan.
Mhm.
There was
Yeah,
no
yeah,
where the
I get
windows are going, What
All
the
right.
sizes are, so.
Are we all comfortable that this is pretty much a like kind replacement?
Except there's shingling in the greenhouse.
What?
Yeah,
That's on there too.
Yeah, it was a little bit
But-
more than a like.
Okay, so if there's
They're shingling
What-
over the rest of the greenhouse.
shingling over the greenhouse. Well, I don't, in my package, I don't see the greenhouse.
Right
Well,
here,
I went. got
Right,
pictures,
look
that's
behind.
It's a sunroom.
but I don't understand how they shingle.
They're going to
over.
enclose it. They're going to have to enclose it
That's
with.
Yeah, they just have to put framing in there
Yes,
and
this
just,
Stays, just. right
no,
now
I'm gonna
it's-
guess that you're
The
gonna
roof
put a window or
space.
something in there, not just sidewall, just close it in, no openings.
No, like windows.
Yeah, see, so
Yeah, so we kind of need to know where the windows are going, what size they are.
Yes,
Okay.
I assume it's the wrong agenda pack. I just looked it up, like the one from the 16th from last week when we were scheduled to be here as well. That includes all the pictures, all the site plan. I don't know why it's not showing up here. Because the agenda view pack from last week showed all of it, like I drew it out, I have all the window sizes, I have everything.
On elevations,
Yes, like even the pictures from all the sides, like,
brother, okay,
That was for the last meeting.
yeah,
you would think they would just sort of carry over.
yeah,
Do you have an issue?
the pictures that.
Are
I'm
you
showing
going to,
you
are you
are the
going
ones
to the
from
next,
light
last week's agenda?
Yeah,
That would be great.
it's Grove Lane.
Here.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, I did opine on this. Just that it's outside the OHD, on Grove Lane, non-contributing 1982. I was also concerned on whether or not this was a like kind or not. That plans weren't clear with the photos. But in light of, I was curious also on visibility from Grove Lane and what your jurisdiction is. But in light of hearing that this, there's changes to that back, obviously it would be nice to have some plans indicate how that's going to be done. Other than that, no concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You said no concerns.
Oh,
Just on that rear.
Okay,
there's a lot of.
Yeah, all right.
skylights.
so it's not a like kind because you're changing quite a few things.
Right.
But-
Some of it's like kind, like regarding some of the windows, and then some of it is beyond like kind. That's why we're here.
Right.
Got it. And now that we have this document, we understand.
Yeah.
And there are drawings presented in the previous.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I've seen it. Val's seen it. Steven's seen it. Are you guys looking at it?
No,
This-
we didn't find it, but I walk by it a lot and I know it needs a lot of work, so I'm okay with
Okay,
what I can
And
see from the
I
street.
did the consent on it. And
Oh.
studied it. I was,
so it was originally on consent?
it was,
I don't
well,
recall.
Mr.
it
Chair.
was up for consent. You'll see.
Mr. Chair, I can
Last
address that.
Tuesday, I was on the,
It was, yes, Diane did indicate it as something that could be on consent, but I actually
It sounds
overruled.
like, okay,
Sorry.
thank you, Holly. It sounds like we're on board with this.
Yeah.
Is that
just
fair to
two
say?
Skylights on that rear roof plate.
Or you want to make that motion?
Is that new?
Generally, we don't do two skylights on the same roof.
There's some existing. Can we get clarification of what exists?
We've got one skylight on there already that exists.
Not on that middle section, if you look at their pictures from the last,
Right, are there two on the rear of the house, but not on the same roof plane through Mr. Chair?
yeah.
Okay, so I think we're saying two on the rear.
That's the rear of the house.
Yeah,
That's not
there's-
visible
Yeah.
from the road.
Actually, there's three.
Inside.
There's three. One, two.
Yeah,
three.
there's a
Right.
lot of them.
So Bill, your concern was having two on one roof plane, is that
Because
correct?
sketches they provided that we now have the ability to look at, there's two going on the middle section and.
Oh,
That's
And are they
a-
losing any of the other ones through
No.
Mr. Chair? No? Okay. So are you willing to sacrifice some skylights
Worst case.
And is it
It's a bedroom.
per
so
view if you can't see it?
That will be the only
Would it,
window in that room.
would it be, is it possible if we lose one somewhere else, we can get the two on the bedroom or no?
It's a standard rule, no.
Okay, all right,
sorry.
yeah.
Not more than one skylight per roof plane.
Okay, all right,
Um,
It isn't the number, it's the location.
per
look.
roof
why don't we
plane.
just
Okay, I understand.
ask them
Could we move
questions
the
and-
second one to the front? of
Let's-
it,
let's
so
move
we
it so they
don't
can
make
move.
things more complicated?
Just.
It does, you have one already in the front of the house, don't you?
Mhm.
No,
There's the front of the house,
the front.
the other side.
That's the side.
That's the side.
This,
because
no,
I
the other
could
one,
put-
So there are three in the back.
there.
Like it would be the middle,
There's the front.
yeah,
There's front and that's,
like on the left side right now. Yes, right there above the little,
But you have two you say there's no windows in that?
there's
place?
right now, no,
What,
Mm-mm.
well, what are those two windows then?
That's the second floor.
that's the second floor. The house has a third floor that is already there. It has already a bedroom, but no windows, which is
Well, you have
crazy.
to be able to get out of it too.
Right.
yeah, roof window is gonna. Next to this,
Hold off on the skylights and we go ahead with the rest of it.
Okay, then,
And you guys can come back and you're gonna wanna look into the building code.
Yeah,
Bedroom, you're gonna need egress window.
oh yeah, that's,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
that's the size of an egress window. I
Right.
went to Anderson, they showed me which.
He wants to be able to get up to
But
it.
yeah,
You
you're
can't have it.
gonna wanna check into that a little bit. more.
Yeah.
Trying to skylights up
Yep.
Yeah, no, we're not keeping it as it, we're not
Sure.
using it as a bedroom. We just want some light.
The suggestion is
Okay.
in order to move this forward.
Mhm.
We would review the skylights in a separate submission. But I'm just saying, if you're, because you were mentioning bedrooms, that you look into that. And you'll have a moment to do that. If we proceed with this, you'll be able to get your window orders in. So.
right.
Perfect.
And by the way, your English is so much better than my German.
Sorry.
Do you want to move it so we can take a vote?
Yeah, I
Vote
would
on it.
move to approve, except for not more than one skylight on any roof plane in the rear. Through staff.
and on
Thank
the
you.
front or just,
Well, the one in the front exists.
right, but no more added.
Yeah, I don't think that were there
I
any?
don't
on the
think they're requesting any.
They
No, we
wanted
won't
to-
add any on the front,
Wanted
just,
to put one.
no, we were just asking about it.
one? So
We're
no-
fine with the one per roof plane rule.
Restate the motion.
Yeah.
Stephen Welch for the minutes. The motion is to approve through staff. With no more than one skylight on the roof planes in the rear. And no additional skylights on the front.
Very good. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There we go. Okay, Boys and Girls Club, Sparks Ave. Anybody for that? The solar,
In here.
really? No?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, Tim.
Hi. Where are we? Which one?
Girls Club.
Well, let's see.
Thank you.
Well, we have a rooftop solar at
Yeah.
69.
Correct. So this is, yeah, you'll love this one. This is, they have a garage adjacent to the
It's
main house, I think is what this one is. I had originally submitted them together on the outbuilding and on the house. And we just approved it on the house, not on the garage, I guess is.
Or anything, just.
Okay,
Yeah, there it is, in the southeast facing roof.
face into the club.
Correct.
Okay,
Black roof, black panels.
Motion to approve is submitted.
okay. Stephen, are you on this or you want me to pull in an associate? We just got a motion to approve on a garage.
Why don't you act? I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, that's fine. Carrie? All right, so there is a motion. Does anybody have issues with the motion? Otherwise, I'm going to put it to a vote.
No, I'm in favor of it because I just drove by it and it's sort of in the middle and it's pretty obscure. And it's going, I think it's going to be.
Appears to be.
It's a
yes.
secondary structure, so that's preferable.
Okay,
Yeah,
Right.
seems minimal.
all right, so let's see, Val has made a motion to approve. All those in favor say aye. Aye, any opposed? Okay, there you go, Tim. Now we're gonna go
Thank
to the
you.
ground solar at 67.
Yep.
The same thing,
On the ground.
right.
Yeah,
right.
so.
Yeah.
This is a whole group I went through consent.
Mhm.
There's an existing slope there that
61
comes down the east side of the property.
facing
Yes.
Sparks.
And we were gonna clear out, some of the vegetation that's there. This system will be basically like 18 inches to 2 feet off the ground. We're gonna use the slope of the hill. Rather than have the back of this thing be 5 foot high and the front only be a foot off the ground, it will blend it right into the slope. And then they will put some plantings around it to camouflage it in there.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, any comments on this one?
I think it follows our guidelines.
Ground array following the pitch of the slope.
Make
of
a
the-
motion
Can
to
I say
approve.
why I'm,
Sure, Ivy, go ahead.
yeah, I just want to say why I'm not in favor because it's right on Sparks Ave. It's only, I don't know how many feet off it is. And I think you're going to see it pretty clearly as you're riding by because it is a ground array and not a roof on the roof. So I think it's going to be visible and I don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Any more comments on this application?
Nope.
All right. I'm okay with it. Does somebody want to move this one?
I make a motion to approve as
Oh,
submitted.
okay. Did you already say that?
Yes.
You did, okay. Thanks. Diana's made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excuse me, any opposed?
Over here.
That's motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm gonna take a break off the next one.
was this the regular, same board as previous application?
Yeah, with Carrie.
Thank you.
Yeah. Stephen, can you take the third one? I'm gonna go get some more.
It's a fine time to leave.
Okay, Tim, when you get it up on the site, get the site.
Yep.
plan up.
Yep, no problem.
I thought we approved this one.
61 is the one that faces
Did we?
directly.
No, I think he redesigned it.
Okay.
Yeah, you folks asked for revisions last time. So we had everything on the main roof, the largest roof. And we were asked to put as many panels as we could on those back dormers, try to fill those in to eliminate some from the front. So I took everything off the lower section where it would step up into the valley. Left the rows going, clear across the top. I didn't know if you would be opposed to those. But we moved a bunch of them, probably about 5 rows, and scattered them across those back dormers.
That it, Tim?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the application?
I have a
Abby?
question for that. So, Tim, are on the top one with the really long stretch of 4, do
Yep.
they start at the roof ridge?
Pretty much. Yeah, we typically try to put them right up to the ridge.
Okay.
Just high enough so that they're not catching wind from the opposite side, but pretty much like within 6 inches of the ridge so that they're just down near the bottom edge of the cap shingle.
Yeah, okay, and then, but they don't go all the way down to the eave.
Correct. Not on the front of the building. On the back, I brought them down close to the eave, in the back of the dormer, but not on the front.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Oh,
good.
Okay, Holly,
you're a no.
did you have anything on this?
No, sir.
Okay, concerns, Diane?
The drawing that I have here has 61 Sparks Avenue, and it is facing south. In the parking lot is where the proposed, it says, solar panels on main roof, south facing.
Diane, can I interrupt just for a second? Are you looking at that image so we know what you're looking at?
No, she's looking at the photograph.
Okay, so hold on a second, so we can all be on.
Yeah, so go to the next thing. He's just going along the top.
Yes,
Yeah, I can see what you're seeing now, Diane. I apologize for that. I should have put a few more bubbles on there to show them on the dormers as well. I did not sort of highlight that next page.
yeah.
Or this.
Well,
Thank you.
this is the roof he wants to
Yeah,
put
right.
it on right there.
Mhm.
And this is why I brought it up, was because it's in direct view
Mm.
of going up and down Spark Street, which is something to consider, but it is contrary, directly, largely contrary to our thing. And I don't think we can say that, oh, well, because the next guy is going to come up with the same sort of proposal somewhere else. And are we going to also say, oh, well, and then we might as well just give it up.
I understand your point. Any other concerns?
That's the major concern. I have,
I'm not.
I approved the solar panels on the other houses. It's just that this is a important building to the residents because they go by it all the time. And
Let me restate. Your point is well taken. Do you have any other concerns?
no, I don't think so.
Abby?
My concern is that it doesn't cover one whole roof plane completely. It's
Mm.
jumpy, and especially on the dormers. And I'm not opposed to solar. It's just that this particular application looks slightly, I just don't think it's gonna look that good.
That's valid. Ray is not on this. Where are we in conversation?
It's me, and I agree with the others. I think this building is way too significant to have the choppy weird configurations, not only from Sparks, but I think all the other buildings are fitting with our guidelines, but this one is just too much.
Thank you. Val?
Yeah, I thought in our last discussion, but maybe we didn't discuss this one. Thought we did. That we had suggested, or somebody had suggested the northwest side and just fill the whole thing completely. So it went from end to end, top to bottom. And it wouldn't be as distracting as the sawtooth.
You are correct. That was Stephen's recommendation, I believe.
Any
Yeah,
other concerns?
no, for the reasons that have been stated, haphazard manner that they're placed.
Okay, thank you. Tim, I guess my only question to you is if, you've got these located on different roof planes, and it looks like you may have made up enough by relocating these off the front to equal the same amount of panels as you had in the original submission. Is that the case or no?
Yeah, it pretty much evens out. We might end up with a few less, but it's pretty close to the same number of panels.
And where do you come out through Mr. Chair? Go ahead, Mr. Welch. Where do you come out with keeping these on the dormers, not in the valley of the between the rightmost dormers, but on the 3 dormers and then on the north face, as someone suggested at the last meeting?
Yeah, so you're saying leave them on the dormers on the back and then put more panels on the north face as well, take everything off of the south face of the main roof?
Nix
Yeah.
the south face and nix the 3 panels in the valley
Yep,
between the 2 dormers.
right. Yeah, that's a rubber roof. I think
It's
that.
flat?
Yeah, the third one, the one in the middle, all the way to the southeast is pitched. The next one over is a flat rubber roof. And then the next one over is pitched. There's 3 dormers. That one of them sections that shows the 3 is that's a flat rubber roof. It might have a slight pitch to it, Stephen, but it's pretty much, it's connecting those 2 dormers together, so it's pretty flat in there.
Okay, so one last clarification. Are you saying that the group of panels that appear to be a set of 3 and a set of 3 very closely located to one another is a flat roof?
Only one section is. Looking from the right side of the picture back to the left, that's a flat section.
Okay, so last question, is it worthwhile with respect to the installation to retain the 3 on the flat roof?
It's not necessary. There's probably a dozen panels in there at least, like 4 per row really is what it is. It doesn't show all of them, but yeah, I mean, we could lose those, but I'd be okay if we.
Tim, I'm sorry, I'm gonna hold you there.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to approve full installation on a full rectilinear form on the north roof? And at the applicant's option, the 3 on the flat roof to the east,
I would go with that if we keep the
south clean.
clean.
Yep. And there'll be nothing on the other dormers. It'll be on the north roof, and then they have the option of that little that group of 3.
Like a
Can you
triangle.
point out which is north? Because I'm
So
not.
this is actually the edge of the roof. So from here to here and from there to there would be solar. Removed. This is a flat roof plane you don't see from the rear.
Do the main one again?
It's this side. So this is the ridge.
Yeah.
And then that's where the soffit, the eave is on this side.
Yeah.
So that would be filled,
We have a picture of that.
remove. Yeah, it's the second image down. The original, I'll just say the concept that was brought up at the last meeting was, although that is a visible location, it's not, it doesn't, the structure and the design and the entryway are primarily oriented for visual interest on the south face, which is to say into the parking lot, into the front entry, where the north side is a playing field and there's no entry from the street. It's just visually not something your eye is drawn to.
Especially if it goes the whole
Yeah.
way.
So should I make a motion? We did,
Is that your motion?
yes.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Okay, and that's through staff, Diane?
Yes.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen a picture of where that was going. Because,
Well, I know it needs to be a clean field.
Yeah.
No jiggity jogs.
Yeah.
yeah,
I think he knows what we want.
Yeah. If you're not comfortable, Abby, you can vote, you can abstain or vote no.
yeah, no, I'm comfortable. but
Okay,
I'm
no,
not
I
gonna-
just
I'm gonna
don't want you
abstain.
to feel forced, yeah. Okay,
Okay,
back to you, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Is Mirka around?
Mr. Chairman.
Saw her this morning.
He was traveling. She was
Oh,
gonna
I
log in, but
saw her down at the ferry, as a matter of fact. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna pass over the 3 applications for 30 North Beach for the time being anyway. Which
I'm
now
just-
brings us to 12 Skyline Drive, Ed Lemberg. That's being held too. Uh-oh. We're in trouble.
Excuse me,
What?
I was just curious, was there a vote actually taken? Was everybody in favor of, I think it was either Stephen or Diane's motion on that last one?
Yes.
It's my motion.
4 and 1 abstention.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear it. You
All
worked
right.
too quickly for me. Thank you.
Okay, now if Ed's not here, then we move to 2 Broad Street. Anybody for that?
Eamon is here.
Hi, how are you? This is Eamon Banks for 2 Broad Street.
Hang on one sec, Stephen.
I just want to verify there's no one from the public on this line.
He's not going forward with it. Because that's.
He's not going for it. Okay, so I didn't hear that.
Did you mean to represent?
I just, if I thought that Skyline was being put off and I just.
Oh, like, so no one was
Being
waiting.
Stephen, fair and even. I wanted to make
Gotcha,
sure that we
gotcha,
were-
gotcha. Okay, so 2 Broad Street. All right. You are looking, sir, for trim and door color change.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
It's the building that's slated to get taken down.
What?
No, that's an example of the built of neighborhood buildings. It's these pictures here. It's 2 Broad Street, the old Easy Street.
Yeah.
I guess that's now owned by Millie's, right?
No, not Millie's. It's not the company that owns it. The same partners, some of the same partners own it. Yes, that's correct.
Gotcha. All right. They're looking for color change. It is currently white.
No, it is currently brown.
Oh, I'm looking
It's
at the
like
wrong
natural to
picture.
weather.
This
It
is,
looks brown.
this is schooners.
Yeah, they're not labeled.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah. Well, okay, so what are you hoping to achieve here?
I'm hoping to paint all the trim white, which is one of the prevailing colors of the trim and most of the buildings down there. This building has been in some disrepair over the years, and we're looking to freshen it up, do white trim around all of the existing windows and storm shades, and around the doors and the trim and ridge lines.
And what, I'm just curious, what is this sort of appalling looking fence photograph for?
That is the existing fence. We also put an application in for a brand new fence, a brand new dog ear picket fence.
But is it really, this almost looks like synthetic material to me.
No, that's wood. It's wood.
Well, 2 things. One, this is wood.
Yes, sir.
Ray, look at that's what's existing now.
That's what's existing there right now.
Oh, so you just.
And he
you
wants
just
to do a
want
type
to,
2 picket.
Yeah,
All right, it's and a type 2 as opposed to what this photograph I'm looking at is, which is not a type 2.
That's
fence.
wrong.
He's not
No,
applying.
that's-
to.
Well, let me make sure.
He's applying for it.
Is he applying for a type 2 fence or the type like this from?
This dog ear
Oaks?
thing.
the dog ear picket fence.
All right, listen, this is all kind of getting scattered. Holly.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is what I would consider the former old new Henry's. It's not the
Yes.
original, but it's
Correct.
So this was a circa 1993 infill within the OHD. I believe that the part of this application is an as-built. I think that they were in the process of painting and somebody stopped them. So white trim obviously is an appropriate color within the OHD, but a white picket fence is not appropriate, especially in this location. I would recommend it for it to stay natural to weather. Also, if the existing fence that's there is not going to be replaced as is, it should be a type 2 picket, as you all indicate in your guidelines. I question the doors to be Hamilton blue. I think that should be discussed by the commission. Although obviously that's an appropriate color on your list. Is it appropriate for this commercial structure is my question to the commission. And then why not use another approvable color that matches the business's logo? We understand the reason why they're wanting to change it. It's a new business going in there. And further, my final question is, this structure was built in 93 with everything natural to weather, trim, everything except for obviously the existing sash. The existing shutters on the facade that faces Broad Street are not the typical shutters that we see. And I'm curious if those are painted white, what that would look like. And I don't think it's appropriate. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Interesting. Okay, thanks,
61.
Holly. Mickey.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything that Holly has just said about the fence being white. It should probably stay natural and definitely preferably be a type 2. And if you could pull up the picture of the front of the building that shows the shutters, that might be helpful. There you go. They're big shutters, and I can't imagine what that would look like having those all painted white, which is on the application. So, maybe different style shutter. I'm still not sure white is appropriate.
Would it be appropriate to remove the shutter since they don't actually they're just a decorative piece. They're not shutters that actually can close. Would we be able to remove the shutters?
Okay, thanks for that. Mickey, have you concluded?
Done. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I think you're gonna get some pushback on the shutters being white if you do want to retain them. Anyone else on this before I turn it over to the board? If not, what does the board think of this application?
I could say.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I think,
Thank
I think we should keep the shutters. I think they just remind us that you're way down there. The wind is blowing, howling, and you can shut the shutters up for the winter.
The shutters are not working shutters, ma'am.
It's not
They don't work. They're screwed to the side of the building.
Understood, but let Abby finish.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
but if the board was in favor of them, I would say they should be natural to weather. I think that white trim is appropriate. And I'm fine with the Folger blue. I think white type 2 picket natural to weather is fine on the fence.
Very good. Thank
Okay.
you. Who's next?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What color did we land on?
You mean,
I was listening, but I.
Folger,
you mean
for
the
the front
Hamilton
door?
blue?
For the, yeah.
Folger blue, they said.
Hamilton blue.
Oh, Hamilton's.
Hamilton blue.
I'll go if you want.
Is that a point of clarification?
Yeah, you guys go ahead.
All right. Go ahead, Diane.
I think the fence should be white. The shutters don't sort of disturb me. The buildings down there, what Easy Street ends and stuff gets sort of funky anyway. I don't mind the Hamilton blue as the front door. And the fence should be picket, white picket. If they're copying what's already there, otherwise leave it natural to weather.
Yeah, and what's there is natural to weather.
Yeah, so
It's board. It's board, it's not top.
Yeah.
no, but I don't like the board downtown. Do you?
No, I'm for the type 2 picket.
Yeah, I am too.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Val?
I have nothing to add. The shutters I think are fine, on or off. They give it a little character.
Are you in favor of them being painted white?
No,
Okay,
I think the trim is okay, white. I'm indifferent about the blue. It won't match the sign that's there, but that's their issue.
Hmm.
And the fence, definitely not the dog-eared. It looks like their spaces are so wide.
Yeah.
So I'd go with the type 2 picket as well, which means it's capped, right?
correct. That is a type 2.
And not white, natural to weather.
Okay.
Would,
Thank
would
you.
Western red cedar be okay? Natural Western red cedar?
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
I mean, that's what we would prefer. This one you have right now is pine.
Okay.
Looks
Sad and messy.
sad and messy. Stephen.
So I'm actually concerned about, there's nothing about this elevation that speaks to the historic character of the downtown. I don't think the trim should be white. I think it should be a muted color that helps that fenestration just blend into the gray and disappear. I think a white fence would accentuate the foreground, and a muted color like a Quaker gray would allow the rest of it to blend away. And then it would just be another gray structure. Conversely, on the next image up. Or, yeah, can we zoom out just a hair? This minus aside from the fact that one of the shutters is missing on the second floor.
I noticed that.
This side with a Quaker gray trim and a contrasting Nantucket, not a Nantucket red. What's our historic red?
Cottage red.
Dotted red shutters would make this whole structure pop like crazy. I'm not necessarily suggesting only those colors, but a play on a contrast would allow for the character of this facade to develop, while allowing the white trim on the other side to go away, because again, on this side you'd be using the same type of color like the Quaker gray. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, thank you. So
Round it up, Mr.
I'm gonna try and sum it up here. I think I can get a consensus on this, more or less. All right, so I think you're good on the Hamilton blue doors.
Okay.
Check that box. Although I agree with Stephen on the gray trim, that if I had to choose, I would prefer to see gray on the trim rather than white, but I do believe that white is an acceptable color downtown, certainly. It will change the character of this building, but wouldn't look too different than Schooners across the street, which I believe is why you put that picture in there.
Yes.
So, okay with the white trim. Now the fence.
Yeah, I actually, in the chat, I just gave you an example of a cedar picket fence.
Yeah, so we have what's called a type 2 fence, which looks nothing like this dog ear fence that you're suggesting. The spacing of the boards is closer together. The boards themselves are narrower, and it also has a little cap on top of it. So I don't believe any one of the board members had any objections to using a type 2 fence in this location. And I believe that the consensus view on whether it's painted or natural is that it should go to natural, and to what you said earlier, red cedar would be the wood of choice, of course. So I think that's where we are.
Yeah. that sounds good.
So shall we move that one?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So Diana's made a motion to approve the white trim. Oh, I didn't address the shutters. The shutters should, in my view, should not be painted. They can stay on and just leave them the way they are, or paint them gray or something, but not white. Just
And the
use
double
Stephen's
window put
acronym
one back.
ABW. What?
The center.
Oh, and can you put the one that fell off back?
I put to the board that we received that building. I wouldn't even know where that would be. That, I mean, we just.
Where the shutter would be?
Make one.
Where the shutter went to.
Oh, well, we get
That's-
these very difficult storms out here. So the motion that Diane just made is white trim, good, shutters not white, a natural to weather. Type 2 picket fence, also natural to weather. Hamilton blue is approved. I think I covered it. So that's Diane's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Through staff.
opposed? Yes, through staff.
De-Twizzlerized, no,
Okay.
but it's a nice calm, no.
Okay, thank you. So that motion passes 4 in favor, 1 opposed. There you go, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Now. Backwards to where, Linda? Wait.
What?
application are you?
She's here for Mariner's Way, but I think she's saying go back because Jesse is sitting on. No, he's not. Yeah, that would be helpful because theoretically, Linda, you're the next one, although Lisa has. Yeah,
So you can wait for Jesse to come back. The reason why we want Jesse on the other one is because he sat on that same property already and was just held for a view.
Jesse, are we
He's not
talking?
that.
Wait, I think what Linda's trying to say is that Jesse was sitting on
41.
Avenue,
41.
not our project.
Yes, your
Is that
project.
right?
Well, that's why I wanted her identified.
Okay.
So I'll just go to Form Mariner now to make it easier.
Okay, we're doing Mariner.
And I know one of our guys is up there. I can't see from here who's up there. But
Hi, Linda. Rebecca's here.
yeah, there you are. And we brought it back. This is the garage. Everything else, including the hardscape, has been approved on Mariner Way, except for the garage. You wanted us to make some minor changes to it, which we did. And hopefully we can get this out of here because we have to get to the Concom with all this. So I will turn it over to Rebecca to tell you exactly what they did.
Thanks, Linda.
Okay.
Is someone able to pull up the drawing? Sorry.
Folks, it's a point of information. We are on the first old business application of May 16th, which is 4 Mariners Way. The board is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Kerry. Okay?
The garage.
Garage.
Garage, correct. That's why Linda's there. And ma'am, could you please state your name again for the record?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry. Rebecca Berry, principal at
Thank
Humboldt
you.
Alexander
Sorry,
Architects.
I can't hear anything.
Hey,
Or
staff,
anything either.
you guys are way too loud.
No.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So since the last meeting that we had, we have made a few changes in response to your comments. I'll start with the south elevation. And what was done at the south elevation is the windows there at the second level. We went from three windows to 2 windows. The windows themselves were changed to a type 1 window, which is our slightly taller window. They were shifted in to be more centered on the structure. There was some concern about sort of proximity of windows and trim to the rake edges previously. That also meant that we pulled in the pent roof above the door to the garage at that level. The other changes involved the east and
Hang on,
west
stay there right now. Rebecca, stay on that
Oh,
elevation.
sorry, Linda.
You guys also asked us to make those windows in the front be the same size as the windows in the dormer. So they did
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, exactly. That they changed to a type 1. Yes, correct. So they're taller than they were in the previous application. And then on the east and west side, where we have these 2 dormers in the roof, those dormers were shortened. So they were pulled in approximately 2'8" to be narrower, meaning not, the length versus the length of the main facade was shortened. And then we just re-spaced out the 3 windows at those dormers based on that change in the dormer length. And at the north elevation, we just made some very small adjustments to pull, again, the door and the windows like a little bit further from the fascia rake. And just as a reminder, since the original application, the height of this structure has dropped by about 4 feet.
On top of the fact that
up.
we pulled in, at the last one, we had pulled in those rear stairs. So they were completely
Yes.
behind the structure instead of curving around the outside of it. And just a reminder that this is not a studio. This is actually a secondary dwelling. So there is a bedroom and a kitchen and a bathroom up there and a living room.
Okay, well, that's all. Well, that's fine. You guys finished?
Yeah, but obviously all the trim and everything matches the main house.
Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this structure is now at 22 feet 4 inches. Appreciate the changes, the larger windows throughout and pulling in the dormers. However, I think the dormers could be pulled in a little bit more to eliminate the shingled spaces and put the window header maybe into the eave. I do notate that last meeting, a lot of the comments were about fenestration by the commission. with the larger windows in the south. The windows in that, in the garage door, they seem to be a little too much now that those windows are larger. That's maybe something to opine on. Use your word, Ray. While most ancillary structures in the OHD were historically utilitarian in nature, this proposal obviously isn't as new, understanding that it's a residential use. I note that Commissioner Oliver had said it should be a one-story, but other than that, I appreciate the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
And just, Mr. Chairman, one more note before you move on. There was a garage approved here. There was a garage approved on 1 and 3 across from us, which are roughly the same size. They were not built for whatever reason. And there was another garage approved on 6 Mariner, which was not built either. So this is the only garage in there out of the 4 that were approved 5 or 6 years
Okay,
ago.
Linda. Thank you. Mickey.
So ideally, this would either be a single story garage or a guest house, but not both. This type of combined use structure is not suited for this neighborhood or basically anywhere in the OHD. On a detail note, the dormers should be pulled in tighter to the windows. The front windows sounds like they got pulled in, but maybe a little too far, that they separated out a little bit. I think it would be better. To compare this to some of the garages that are on Woodbury Lane, there's a couple that are pre-existing Woodbury garages with uses above the garage space. They're an appropriate scale. This is, to me, this building is oversized and inappropriate in its scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay. Anybody else want to speak on this before it goes to the board? All right. Board member.
Of course, just for the record, I object to any comments from him.
Yeah, that's a standing
No.
objection. Okay.
Never
So,
from you.
myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Stephen.
Mr. Chair,
You're not on this.
he actually is.
What?
So that's
Yeah, it
a
looked like the
staff
minutes.
error.
What?
Yep, he is on it.
I'll go, Joe.
Hang on.
So who's on this?
I'll go. Yeah.
I thought it was the regular board.
Those are good.
Mr. Chair, if I may, it's Abby, Diane, Steve, Val, and Ray,
Yeah,
regular
it's the
board.
regular board.
Abby, Diane, Steve, Val, regular board.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Could I just
Sorry, Carrie.
ask a question?
Yeah, you are. Go ahead.
I thought Linda said this was not a garage. But was this,
No,
No,
what did?
she said it was not a studio, that it was a real second dwelling.
A
I think she
second
was,
dwelling.
I think she was saying that because of the staircase.
and the height, because
Height
normally you
20
allow
oh,
424 feet.
27, but I didn't think it,
No,
No, it's 22.4.
yeah, not 27.
well, this one. Maybe that's a 2. It looks out like a 7.
It's a 2.
It's
Yeah.
hard to read those things.
I appreciate what has been changed. I would like to see, as Holly suggested, that the dormers coming in a little more. There's no reason to have them so far out there.
That would be on the east and west.
Yeah,
It would become unusable at that point.
and the reduction
Think
of
it'd be
the
anyway.
window on the garage door side is good. It makes the building look a little less, I don't know. Yeah, that's 27. 22 feet, I feel it's more approvable than what I thought at 27. Yeah. So
Who are you muting?
whatever kind of building you have there, I think that the dormers, as I said, should both come in more. You've got a lot of cheek on the side. That's it for now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Rebecca, thank you for the succinct presentation.
Mhm.
I appreciate the changes. However, they don't help your all case in my mind. They kind of accentuate the issue of the structure being out of scale, too large. Originally, I thought by adding the fenestration, modifying the fenestration, it would help that to fade away. This just to me is, it's 2 feet too wide, 2 feet too long, and maybe a foot too tall for the program on this particular lot and in that area. So I know you don't want to hear that, but that's where I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, thank you.
Can I
Next,
go?
yes, you may, Abby.
I just wanted to go because I kind of think the same. I think it's getting kind of dense down there. And I think a 2-story building is going to make it even more denser. I would like to see a more, like either just a smaller structure in every way, shape and form. So height, width, etc. Thank you.
All right, that leaves you, Val Oliver.
Well, I'm gonna stick with what I've said all along, and that is, I appreciate the changes. It's getting more subdued, but there are no structures around there remotely like this. They're either a garage or a guest house, and I think I agree with Abby. I think it's just much too dense, that whole project over there. So I am not in favor of this, and it also blocks the main house.
Okay. Thank you, Val.
But I do have a question.
Oh, God.
It looks to me, maybe it's just the drawing, that the little stoop coming off the second floor with the stairs is just floating. Is that gonna just be cantilevered?
No, it'll have a post.
No, it's got a post.
There's no post.
There are no posts
It's,
shown.
they may not be shown, but there will be posts. Yes, it won't be cantilevered. We have the shelters, the enclosures for some of the mechanical equipment under there. So
Okay. Thanks. I agree with Mickey's point about the 2 windows over the, I appreciate the fact they went from 3 to 2, but I think that they should be spread further apart. I think that would help it look less cross-eyed, and then the idea of pulling in the dormers on either side, the west and the east, which has been said by a few of the members. That's it for me. Although
But
it
here's
sounds
a
like
question for you,
the
Mr.
scale
Chairman.
seems to
If
be an
we
issue.
split the windows apart so they actually go to the end of the dormer, would that make it better? Because we've already reduced them twice. And if we're gonna have a living space up there, you can't get them too much narrower and have a bedroom with a headroom and a bathroom. But if we move the windows apart, maybe that'll help.
Linda, I think I heard 3 members that were concerned about the overall scale. So I'm not sure it's as simple as making the dormers.
Well, we can't go any lower and have a secondary
Well-
dwelling. So
well-
maybe that's the problem.
It's been said in a number of different ways.
Yeah.
You heard them all, but we were talking about width, length and height. So I think we need to move this for some revisions.
Yeah,
Is that a
I'll make
statement?
that motion. Motion to hold for a few revisions, please.
Okay, thank you, Abby. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? There we go. Okay, so that's Mariner. Do we want to move along to Bird Song since we have Linda at the mic? Why not? Now, just, well, I guess I can read the minutes here. Well, let's see. We have on the minutes myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Terry, which is what the paper version says. Would everyone agree with that? Oh, no. On this, that's a problem. We should bring a charger.
What is it?
This bird song, landscape, Okay, so here, the minutes say voting, Cole, Coombs, Camp, Oliver, Thornwell. Am I missing something here?
I spoke on this.
Not gonna want to hear what I have to say again, but.
I don't, yeah, I don't have it.
Okay. The prior meeting was on
These are the
April
old
18th.
pictures That we had from before.
April
not what
18th,
it looks
because I'm
like.
looking at old business of 4-4, the minutes there. Okay, so you were on it or were not? Do we have the minutes of the last hearing?
We have the minutes of 4:18 to see if somebody.
That's what
wasn't
I'm-
here. My battery's dying, so. Yeah.
Bummer.
Forgive us as we do some housekeeping. Maybe I'm not on. Maybe I skipped, maybe I skipped.
I thought you spoke. You did speak. Because I thought I had the regular board.
Oh, we had Carrie
Oh,
on
I
this.
want you to step down necessarily. There's somebody else who wasn't on it. Do we have on the top of our, sorry, Mr. Chair, do we have on the top of our agenda members absent? I think we should start doing that.
Okay. I'm still looking at 4-4, and it's interesting because the motion was actually made by you, Stephen.
Yeah.
On 4-4, but you're not listed as the one of the voting members.
Yeah, so my recollection is correct, but I don't know which one needs it on it.
It was
Oh,
a regular
Are
board.
you gonna rep this?
We're tag teaming here along with,
Okay.
Appreciate it if you step back from the desk.
he's going to give you
Actually,
the
I-
bigger plans because you can't read it off those stupid little things.
Just distribute them.
So on the PDF, there are 3 different pages. This has all 3 conditions on the same page. So that you
We can share that.
Yeah.
This is all about the grading, right?
Yes. I'm just going to reiterate what we're doing. The only reason I'm here, Brooke is here because there was questions about the grading,
Yep.
and the grading is exactly as it was approved, but Brooke's going to speak to that. We have simplified the plan. One piece of it was already approved as part of the house, so we're moving on from there. The only thing I'm here for is the driveway, the walkways, the pictures I just gave you, the fire pit is a different type of fire pit, and a patio, which is grass, and a small wall and a fence on the backside of 2 buildings. So it's much
Did you say a
simpler.
patio, which is grass?
It's a grass.
Well, it's not a patio, it's
the
just a
round part in
grass
the middle
area.
is grass, but it was, or just the area in the middle. We'll put it that way.
It's confusion. please.
Less confusion.
All right, the other thing we sort of came off of this topic, but who is sitting on this?
I think it's your regular board.
Well, it's clear that Stephen was on it because he made a motion.
I'll step up. I was on it.
Okay, all right.
Val, you were absent one time. Do you remember sitting on this?
Sure, I can sit on it.
I think it might have been Val who wasn't here.
All right.
I think
Does that
we
make
need to get
sense?
down why we're having-
Mr. Chairman, I looked through the minutes and Carrie was on Zoom. I don't know if that matters, but it was a regular. Everybody was here but Carrie. She was on Zoom.
That's a regular
Well,
board.
no, here as in physically present,
No, she was correct. She was on Zoom.
but she was on this application.
That I don't remember.
I'm just here and I.
And I don't have my
Yes,
staff
she was
notes.
on it. I remember.
So, guys, I know this doesn't solve the problem, but we need to be recognized by the chair by name before we speak. That will make it easier to take minutes. We can be doing Robert's rules.
Yeah.
And it will prevent these types of.
Brooke, you got to get to a microphone.
Okay,
Especially if you go to a minutes taker who lives in Bangladesh.
okay. So
Okay.
Val, are you volunteering to sit off?
Yes, I will.
All right,
volunteer.
so Carrie,
Okay, so
board.
I have 4 and then Carrie. Yeah.
correct.
Okay, so we're back to just clarify this. Brooke has come in to clarify because the very first meeting, there was a question about grade changes vis-a-vis these structures, which we're not involved with. But it's the same, it's 59, 58, and that's what it is. We had nothing to do with changing any grade or simply putting the the family area between the garage, the cottage and the house, which is level. Now, last week, a couple of you mentioned the fact that it made sense to have a level patio, and I'll just use the word generally in between structures. Well, that's what we're doing. We're not changing any grade. I gave you the pictures of where the grade is now and where the grade was before. And Brooke has given you his grading plan for when he got the structures approved. We're here for very minimal compared to other structures that are up there. Steve, we're there for just minimal stuff. Okay, well, then let's move it along. This is really simple compared to the other two we've done.
Okay, I'm gonna tell
Brooke.
you where this issue came from. Brooks' topo plans are very clear.
Yeah.
And they roughly coincide with the condition that appears in the photographs. The plan that we got had this very artificial looking topo that had no resemblance to Brooks' plan. That was where all the discussion centered on, you know. Oh, okay. Well, I remember this plan had a very sort of architectural L-shaped grading that went right around the property line.
Right.
And Brooks'
It wasn't
plan does
correct.
not have that. Anyway.
And what
so-
Brooke is showing you now is exactly what is there
Okay.
and what was
Brooke, do you have
approved.
anything to add to this?
Apparently not, but
Apparently not.
I would
Okay.
like to just walk through one page at a time. I'll keep it quick. I'll keep it simple. There's an existing topo. And you have had a chance to look at that for a little bit now. The next one, which was the approved siting and topo, shows minimal adjustments to the topography other than to extend a flatter area between the primary structure and the secondary structure. And that was what was approved originally. And then the third one where it says proposed topo and proposed landscape plan or proposed site just shows the features, basically bluestone pathways, a grass area in between the two buildings, a retaining area that's about 2 feet high, and a shell driveway, and a little Belgian block parting strip on the road. And other than that, the topos really haven't changed much. I think we adjusted one of them down near the retaining wall. We shifted it outwards probably about 3 or 4 feet, but really there have been minimal changes. I think one of the primary concerns when this went through originally was that this building be tucked into the site as opposed to sitting on top of a platform. And that is what you see. That is what was approved. And, you know, if you look at the section through the site that's up on the screen right now, that is what went through in the final approval. So I have nothing to add.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, Two Burn Song is an infill within the OHD. Appreciate the revisions, specifically with what the commission had asked for grading that reflects the house approved grade. They also asked for a reduction or elimination of the patio, which is in the minutes. The previously approved grading matches the proposed hardscaping plan. While the plans for the house show the rear patio, the commission voted to reduce or eliminate the patio. I think that's something that should make sure that everybody's on the same page on. Other than that, I think all the other features are fairly clear. The proposed hardscaping matches the elevations on that plan matches what was previously approved, minimal. And again, any type of, I believe I saw a fire pit. Is that the case?
Here's a picture of it there.
Okay.
It's in the middle of the grass.
And that is
That-
screened with a
Correct.
board fence. I forgot to mention the board fence, but yes, right at the
Head of the
driveway.
parking.
Head of parking.
I just want to, since you mentioned it, Holly, the part that we've removed from this application on the north side of the main house was approved as part of the dwelling. So that's no longer part of what Mark Lombardi and I are doing. Again, he just limited it to the fire pit, the driveway, the little Belgian block edger to keep the stuff in there off the gravel when the road is finished, the little fence and a small retaining wall because of the grade change as it goes north and behind the structures. And that's pretty much it. It's a lot less fancy than my other two up there.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to finalize my comments, I had previously mentioned, I
Sorry.
think the first review, no, that's okay. That obviously the fire pit would need to be screened from the public way
Hmm.
in
Yep, it
perpetuity,
is.
which I think is what's
Uh-oh.
being proposed. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I object to his comments.
I think I'm a little confused about the original approval, which, this is mostly about the deck structure, which is now in the back of the building. It's been built. My impression in the original approval was that there was a proposed landscaped terrace on the back of the building, which would be then reviewed in a hardscape plan. But now what we're looking at is a wooden deck that's been built. And I don't remember seeing that on the original approved application. And the terminology might be important. Was it called a deck or was it called a patio or a terrace originally? So now we're looking at a wooden deck back there, which projects 2 or 3 feet out of the ground. And I don't recall that being part of the original. I don't know.
I'd like Brooke to address that, Mr. Chairman. It was
Great.
approved out of the ground because it was stepped down from the inset on the house.
Just what Linda said. It was approved. It was a part of the,
Oh, well, how come this plan says terrace, patio, bluestone are equal?
We took that off the landscape plan because it
Okay.
was already approved on the house plan.
Too much.
So if we have to come back for modification to it, we come back as part of the house, not as part of my landscape plan.
Can we please move on?
Yeah.
Because this is getting really frustrating.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we
Yeah.
also do have a butters in the Zoom.
Oh,
So I've got one other
I'm
comment.
sorry, Mickey, go ahead.
The proposed and existing topo plans, which they're not up on the screen, but there's a set of 3 different plans showing the contour lines. This may be somewhat splitting hairs, but to me, they show a different slope than what we're looking at on the site now. What's there now is kind of a rounded, wrapped around contour around the corner of the building, and what the contour lines on the plans show looks to me like a more of a simpler straight slope off the corner of the building. Thank you.
I gave you the pictures of the existing grade and how it feeds into the house, and it is exactly as it's supposed to be. We didn't touch that grade, and you can see where the top of the grass
Okay.
melts into the house.
Linda, thanks. Okay, so abutters that apparently are on Zoom, can anyone in the room, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, on Zoom, announce yourself for the record.
Hello, can you hear me? First of all,
Yes.
my name is
Yep.
Joan Taylor. I live at 16 Mill Street. I was there last week, but unfortunately this was not heard, but I'm here today and I did send them some pictures. I'm going to ask Holly and Esmeralda to please put those up, and all of the commissioners on this should have those in your possession. It was sent to you last week.
They were taken of the piece that we're talking about,
Yes.
which we don't have on the application now. And with the telephoto lens.
Excuse me, can I finish what I have to say? And then they were not taken with telephoto lens. They were taken with my cell phone. This structure, 2 Birdstone, sits on the precipice of the hill overlooking the Garden by the Sea. That was taken from the Garden by the Sea, just to be clear. And this is a privileged site. As many of you know, and I speak not only for myself, but for a large community group that worked hard, has put in many hours and financial resources to ensure when the Muellers decided to develop their land, the historic character of our neighborhood, as well as the rural rolling topography, would be preserved. And we've been largely successful in that regard. The financial contributions we made to support the land bank for purchases resulted in 6 lots being purchased. Those 6 lots are now 1. They have mature trees. They have beautiful open fields. They have rolling hills and the Garden of the Sea. So Two Birdstone is the beneficiary of this and sits atop that hill overlooking Garden of the Sea. With that privileged position, I think there calls on an acknowledgement for the efforts that have been made to have this wonderful landscape available to overlook, and a greater sensitivity to the existing topography, which is a reflection of the rural feel of the neighborhood and the land. I'm going to make 3 points in that regard. Number 1, if you can move to from the Garden of the Sea, this particular property is highly visible. It's also highly visible from North Mill Street, or excuse me.
Chairman, is there any comments about the application? This is quite a speech, but.
It has nothing to do with us.
Yes, it does. It's highly visible. The area of the north elevation is highly visible from public ways. Very simple, 3 public ways.
We agree that it's visible. If we could have some
Steve,
comments on the
Steve,
application.
she has the floor.
And
We'll have to call a point of order then.
excuse me. Anyway, it's highly visible from Angola, from the Garden of the Sea, and also from North Mill Street. So that north elevation has a deck on it now, or a deck-like structure. There are pictures of that, and that's going to be highly visible. Number 2 point, other than visibility, is went back to the minutes, and Commissioner Carrie Thornwell did sit on this, and she made a very good point, and that is that consideration of walls on this elevation should be in conjunction with the other 2 properties below, so that at least there is an overall view of how this is going to look at the end of the day, so you don't get a fortress-like appearance. Finally, my last point is that a bit of clarification. I know last time the commissioners asked about grading, and it's very difficult to understand, number 1, what was approved on that first application, because it was an elevated stone terrace. And when I did my stone terrace, which is also elevated at 16 Mill Street, I had to come before HDC, tell the type of stone, which I was told I had to change the type of stone, had to give the exact measurements, et cetera, et cetera. Now, instead of a stone terrace, the next application that came in was said to be, it was going to be flatly graded, or flat, so it was at grade and just stones, and that goes out further on the application, the previous application, closer to the property line. And then if you show the side view, can you show the other picture, which is the side view? So what's there now appears to be a deck, and it's supported by, I think, sonnet tubes or some kind of concrete. I don't know if the stone's supposed to go on top of that and it's supposed to be backfilled, but I think that the reason I took these pictures, I think in respectfully for your commissioners at HDC to understand the grade here and what's going on, it's important to understand what's been built and what's been approved. And that hasn't been clear at all. Finally, respectfully, again, the only reason I brought up visibility is because this is whatever goes on this north face is going to be highly, highly visible from various public ways. And so I think it requires sensitivity. Thanks very much for letting me speak.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, can I correct something from the because there was a confusion when we first applied. Mark Lombardi hasn't been back for a while because he's been ill. He thought that north terrace, whatever you want to call this thing, was not approved when Brooke put it in the first time because he hadn't seen the structures until I pulled them out and I called Brooke, which is why we took it off of our application because it had already been approved through the house application. So that's where the confusion occurred because he didn't know it had already been done.
All right, thanks. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on this application?
Yes, Chairman Poll. It's Ann Davis, 15 Mill Street. I'd like to first say that I support the comments of HSAG and my neighbor Joan Taylor. I've spoken before about appropriateness and the importance of preserving this historically significant neighborhood and its view shed. I disagree that this will not be visible. There are actually 5 public ways and 3 open spaces just below this. And to appreciate this property's visibility, one only needs to stand at the base of New Dollar Lane to see this house and its created plateau front and center. I have questions about the wooden structure, which looks like a stage. At the last discussion for Two Birds Song, Commissioner Thornwell thoughtfully suggested that this area have steps from the house to the grass following the natural hillside. And, I have questions about the fire pit. Is everybody going to see that from the hill? Is the whole, everybody visiting the park, the pony field, looking up at a fire pit at night? What is now an elevated sculpted plateau is impactful, it's inappropriate, and it's imposing on the natural hillside. And I want to go to my favorite book, page 10, Building with Nantucket in Mind. Structures are as partners with the land, not as conquerors.
Oh, God.
Right.
We haven't changed the hill.
Have you finished?
Oh, yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, Linda Cease. Wait. Are you both trying to speak over there?
We're together, but if there's any more from the public, we'll wait.
Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's Ann Duez speaking. I live at number 5 Mill Street, so just down the street a bit from the from my neighbors who've already spoken. And I really wonder about this assertion that because the patio was drawn onto the plans for the house, it's somehow accepted. I've been told differing things on that, and it's not obvious to me that a line drawn on a structure plan is automatically accepted. And I think there are real problems with grade here. For the first time, we're seeing so-called grass walkways. We've never seen those on a plan, any of these plans before. What are those going to be? They're off the top of the hill. Is there going to be more earthwork to create these walkways? And I think also there's a big problem with the 2-foot retaining wall for the fire pit lawn, which will be highly visible. And, why not just let that land slope away naturally as it is now? I think the whole grading thing here is really a problem. And I don't think that saying that there are no grading changes is accurate. And I really challenge that. So thank you very much.
There's no grading change on our landscape
Linda,
plan.
please stop.
Period.
And thank
I'm
you.
tired of that.
Okay. Did you guys want to
Yeah,
conclude?
Mr. Chairman, Stephen Cohen for the applicant. I appreciate the neighbors' concern for their neighborhood, and I appreciate their comments. I just think that most of them are not on anything that's being applied for tonight. So if we can break this down to whether or not you're concerned about the patio or deck off the back of the house, that is not before the board tonight. We would assert that there was an approval already with the house. We can go back and talk to staff and make sure that there's a understanding, an agreement on that. And then if not, come back for it separately, not tonight. We actually intend to make a change to it. So I think that item will be back regardless of whether it's approved or not. So if we could stop talking about that item that's not before us, I think all you have is a driveway, a small fence at the end of the driveway, some stepping stones, a path, a 1 to 2 foot variable retaining wall, and a fire pit, all of which are entirely approvable. There's nothing on this application tonight that's unapprovable. All of the comments that were made by the neighbors have nothing to do, most of them have nothing to do with actually what's before you tonight. So if we could just approve that, and that would be great. I'd also like to note, as Brooke pointed out this earlier in the meeting, there have been no significant grade changes. When you look at that construction site, what you're seeing is a construction site. It's been stripped. It will be soiled with topsoil and made to look the way it's supposed to look at the grading it's supposed to be. Nobody can take a construction site picture and say, look at what's happening here. Of course, you're seeing the middle of the construction. That's not the finished grade. That's not anything. It's just a construction site. Of course, it looks like a mess.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. And the HDC inspection will not be approved if we don't match what's been approved. So it's not as if there's not a process for that.
Okay.
And everything's taking place between the structures, not out around the outside of it for the most part.
Okay. All right, I think it's safe to turn it over to the board now.
I'd like to go.
Yes, Stephen, please.
Okay, first and foremost, the commission determines the matters before it. Unless it delegates those to staff. It's not up to this staff to determine what was previously approved and what was not. That's number one. Number two, grade is a concern. If you're on this site and you look at this topography as shown as what's reported as approved in a drawing that is not stamped, there is apparently a big difference between the grade at the street and the grade at the house. I'm not going to get into that at this point, but I am going to point it out.
But that's existing.
Please.
Yeah, Stephen, stop. I mean,
They cut the road in. That's the problem.
Excuse me. I am not going to
Stephen
tolerate
Welch
being
has the
interrupted.
chair.
It is inappropriate. It makes it difficult for our staff to do the minutes. I happen to be speaking. I would be appreciated if you were respectful of that and we just continued and let each of the members speak and go from there.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to need another Twizzlers.
I think we're out.
The height is, so I will get into this. I hope not to. There is a dimension shown on the leftmost, which would be
West.
cardinal points would be nice. The west
Correct.
window well of 53 feet. Conversely, at the street, it's shown as 46 feet. If you stand at the street, there is apparently a grade difference from this point to this point of greater than 7 feet. And in fact, if you look at this section, the grade difference between here and approximately here is also shown at greater than 7 feet. I prefer not to get into this topic. I would prefer to move on to what is the concern in front of the commission currently, which despite the assertions is the hardscape, including the patio. As was brought up at the last meeting, the concern is primarily the raised patio at the rear, which is now shown in part as what appears to be a deck. That's a separate issue that needs to be resolved. On the approved site and topography plan, I'd like to point out that there is retainage shown. It is not shown at the patio, number one. Number two, in the 7 gleeful years that I've been a member of this commission, I am not aware that we have approved a hardscape with a structure. We have reviewed a hardscape with a structure, but we have not, to my knowledge, ever approved a hardscape or a single hardscape element with a structure. The assertion that the patio was previously approved is, in my opinion, and I'm willing to be proved wrong, I will not eat my hat, but I will buy someone a pint of beer, is incorrect. I think that's a fair statement. I'll leave it at that.
I don't drink, but I'll prove it.
Please, Linda.
I don't need the beer.
I think that where I'm going with this is I would like us to focus on the hardscape and the removal of the raised patio and let the other issues lie where they will. If not, what I'm going to request is going to be a surveyed topographical stamp drawing of the existing conditions to compare against the originally approved, previously stamped, previously scanned in the town system site plan. And then we can bring that all together and go from there. I would like to focus on the patio. Presuming that I can now speak about the patio, and then I'll mention the fire pit and the grass pass. The patio at the rear of the structure, a raised patio, is inappropriate given the location, the visibility, the topography surrounding it. That's my belief as what's appropriate and what's not. Number one, I think that the fire pit is inappropriate, given the location and the vantage point overlooking the open setting that really it's a small pastoral setting in that immediate area. Less of a concern, but still requiring some clarification is this concept of grass paths, which I may pass on, but these grass paths that seem to denote other than grass where plant materials are not shown. So what I mean by that is you have a grass path and what would normally be a grass area, but there aren't plants shown there. So it's kind of very confusing, and I think that needs to be resolved. Those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Gary.
Sorry. I had the same question about the grass paths, like what do they lead to? What's on the other side of the grass path? It says naturalized area, but what is that? And then the space between the buildings that we're looking at, a 4-foot board fence, I get it, you're hiding what's beyond there, but I don't know if 48-inch board fence is appropriate to this area. I would think that, type 2 picket fence would be more in keeping. And then not only about the fire pit in the middle of this hill is between the two buildings. And I know this is not our jurisdiction, but I would just say be very careful in terms of what lighting you're doing on the buildings, that it's not, creating even more of a accentuation of that area. I'm okay with the retaining the 24-inch retaining wall up there between the buildings. But I would like to see more of what's happening with the area on the hill, landscaping, and of course that terrace patio. I think what I said before, I don't think it should be there.
Gary, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go,
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
because I agree with what has been said already, and going back, it's an old point, but in building with Nantucket in mind, I think it makes a very definite amount of conversation about adding dirt and putting the building up as high as it can possibly go. The picture that
Go ahead.
and showed with all the dirt up around the house. It may be under construction and it may be changing, but if it changes, they got to do something with it. They just can't wipe out that dirt. I think their hardscape, which does involve us, is questionable. I think the wooden deck is equally questionable. It's not what is up there. And again, as was mentioned today, that this fits into a neighborhood. It's not the king house of which it stands out on everything. It's been supposed to be part of what was originally a Quaker development and the pony barn and all the rest of it. I think that should be looked at, and to put this house up as it happened unusually, I got to go and look at it. And it was completely, as far as I could see, out of fitting in with the neighborhood. It's a good looking building and all that stuff, but it isn't what we expect to see at the top of the hill older houses. I think the fire pit is wrong. I think you will be able to see it from up on the top. And the road is an open road. It's not a private road that goes in there. And I think we have to be very careful of what this all turns out to be. I think it has to be carefully reviewed. I don't think a 48-foot is carries fence at the end of the parking lot fits in the middle of a property. So that's just a few of the things. There's a lot still that hasn't been mentioned, but let's stick with today.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby, it is your turn.
Thank you. I agree with what's been said too. I drove by there the other day. I was looking up from Angola. This site should be as naturalistic as possible. Somebody mentioned that it looked like a stage, and unfortunately, I agree with that. So I think the terrace is inappropriate. I think it just should be as it is now, just naturalistic. And on the birdsong lane, I think the white shell is a bit dramatic because it's just an old country road. I prefer the pea stone because it is rural. So those are my points. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby. Okay, I know it's not part of this application. Yes, Brooke.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. It's not part of this application in theory, but we have this site plan that has an area labeled as terrace/patio. And I want to get back to something that Stephen said earlier, which is, yes, I agree that in the 9 blissful years I've been on this committee, we have never approved the landscape elements with the architecture. Now, I'm going to make the same distinction. There seems to be a lot of confusion between the word patio/terrace and a deck. A deck is a wooden structure that requires framing and a substrate to hold it up. Patio is stone laid onto gravel or sand, so it is a landscape element. I make the same distinction that the Concom makes. Concom, the building department, I'm pretty sure, view patios, stone-laid patios, as a landscape element, whereas deck is a structure. And so when Stephen said we don't normally approve landscape features, well, not normally, we don't ever approve landscape features with the architecture. Always a separate issue. We do approve decks with the architecture. My question is, was this submitted for and approved as a deck? If so, it should show up on your elevations, Brooke, and it should show up to show us what people have referred to as a stage. You know, there should be on your drawings something that shows that there will be whatever 3 feet or what of exposure on the, I believe, the north side.
It does.
So, well, it's a question mark for me. I don't know. It's labeled as a patio on this plan, and we're saying to disregard it, but in the photographs, it's clearly, obviously a deck. And so I want to know, was a deck approved as part of the architecture, or was a patio kind of not approved? Because I think that's, to me, that's the most difficult issue here, is how that deck is reading with respect to the grade all around it.
You have the, I'll let Brooke finish
So-
part of that, but you have the previous house approvals in the packet that we showed the last couple of times. It is clearly on there. It is clearly part of the house.
As a deck.
As a raised,
No, as a deck.
I don't know what he called it. I just
A
know that
deck
it was
is
on there.
wood. A patio is stone.
And just to clarify, so I don't want the beer from Steve, but in my 30 years of dealing with HDC, we have approved raised patios that became a raised deck out of stone attached to the house and approved as the house.
Kind of.
Now, I don't know if you
I don't
guys
think
have, but I did.
definitely do. Look,
Okay,
a
so
guys, the patio is at grade.
Yeah.
If there's a patio that has a substantial amount of stone that raises it out,
Yes.
or you change the patio to a deck, which unless you frame it with pressure treated wood and drop it down into the grade, is normally feet or at least a foot above grade.
So,
So
Mr.
that's the
Chairman,
difference.
Mr. Chairman, I actually agree with everything that you've said and what most of what the board said. And I think that there is a solution here that could get most of this off the table for you, because I think there's almost no controversy with most of these landscape elements. So what I would propose, if the board would consider it, is a motion to approve that clarifies that one, that terrace or patio is not considered or approved in this application because it's not on the application. Two, a removal of the fire pit. And three, a change of the board fence to a type 2 fence or whatever fence you want, but I think a type 2 would be appropriate, 36 inches, not 48 inches. And then you're basically just approving the driveway, the stepping stones,
Well,
the small,
Stephen
yeah.
Cohen.
And-
And suggesting an approval that I'm not sure anyone's willing to, a motion for an approval that I'm not sure that anyone on the board is willing to make, but. So I've said what I need to say about deck versus patio, okay? Yes, go ahead, Stephen, Stephen Well.
I appreciate the idea of moving forward. I am not one to stand in the way of progress, but the idea that this is not part of the application, I think is incorrect. This was part of the application as it was submitted. It was reviewed at the prior hearings, particularly the patio. There's nothing to substantiate that this patio, a raised patio, if you will.
Yeah.
We're gonna pull this off.
We're taking it
That's what
off,
I'm saying is-
Steve, because Mark Lombardi didn't know what it was.
No, you're missing my point. This is part of the application. Its removal will be a condition of approval,
Yeah.
not a separate application to discuss later, which is what I interpreted what you were saying.
I just for clarification, we would propose and would hope that you would accept or adopt a motion that removes that deck, patio, terrace from the application and it's not approved. And then anything that
From the house.
from whatever you're approving.
This, Stephen, is suggesting literally removing the framing for, I think I heard you correctly.
Well,
literally removing it, not removing it from the drawings.
Well, we have a right to come back for it someday.
I think what we're talking about is if we would have an approval, it would be clear that there's no approval for that patio terrace and that anything that is approved would have to come in separately and be reviewed, because I think that is something that you should spend time on. And the rest of the stuff, frankly, is not really controversial.
Well, this was a concern. It was not the only concern expressed by the board.
Right.
So, Stephen, did
My
we go in
point
someplace?
would simply be, as a follow-up, now that you've clarified somewhat, in my mind anyways, that no structure, no retainage, no concrete element, no retainage would be approved at the rear of the structure in this general area as a part of this application approval, if and when we get to it.
We do have a small retaining wall in between the structures, which Abby said
This
was
is
not an
not
issue.
what I'm talking about.
That's not what we're
Okay,
talking- yeah.
I want to make sure that we stop
I
that.
think we're in disagreement about that.
Okay.
If we're gonna have something, if we're gonna have something in that location, it will come in as a separate
Perfect.
application.
Yep.
Right.
That's my concern.
And we'll take the fire pit out for now until the whole
So-
thing
so
is
the
all
fire-
done and you can see that it's not visible.
And the,
Take care of that.
yeah, well, I think we'd want to keep a type 2 if the board was okay with that.
And there are 4-foot fences all over the place up there, just so you know.
So is 48 inches okay?
48-inch type 2 cat picket natural to weather.
48 inches on the high, why wouldn't you go with a 3-foot, which is more?
Because they'd like some privacy there because the road is right next to it.
Linda. You know,
Below, they're 14 feet above the road. A 3-foot fence and a 4-foot fence
Yeah,
That's fine.
36 inches is fine.
are not gonna make a difference.
okay.
So with those three conditions, I believe the rest of it is something that the board, the members have expressed some comfort with. And then we will come back for dealing with the patio area in an entirely separate application because it is not approved here.
Mickey.
Thank you. Something I just noticed on the plan is an area of pea stone gravel to the probably the east of the garage.
Yes,
That's kind of an odd thing to have a whole like section of pea stone gravel on.
we've had it many times. We've approved it through this board.
It's essentially for drainage.
It's for drainage because we are so much lower than the one beyond
Okay,
us
it
going up
appears
the
to Go
hill.
right to the property line.
Well, take a look at the picture I gave you. You can see the cut behind the garage and the cottage. It's a substantial grade change between the guys above us and us. As it goes down bird song, it gets really crazy.
Ask, answer, thank you.
Can I make a suggestion, Stephen?
Sure. I just want to get one, before we wrap up, I just want to say, I want to get one more clarification.
Oh, well, you get your clarification and I'll say something.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Can someone please clarify what to differentiate a grass walking path versus a grass yard?
There is no difference. It's just to show that there are some plantings that are going to define a walking area
In the
that is
grass.
also grass.
So as opposed to, just to be clear, as opposed to showing some type of an indication of a plant border, you know, where the grass would.
Well, it's all grass. I mean, that whole area, when it said naturalized, it's just what I mean. It's all going to be grass and
Instead of
flowers.
bluestone, Steve, it's just
Yeah,
a
there's
grass
no-
But
walkway.
it's not all lawn grass.
Correct. Yeah. I mean,
It's lawn grass.
You mean grass is?
grass is grass.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what's there?
No, I can sort of picture what you're saying. You have
Yeah,
like
it-
a mowed lawn
Within a
with
naturalized.
grasses
Within-
around,
yeah.
you know, tall
Yeah.
grasses around it.
Yeah, if we would have saved about a minute and 30 seconds and somebody like myself looking at this quizzically the whole time, if it just said natural grasses with a little arrow with some swoop, so we knew what the context was.
Can I,
Okay, Diane?
before we make a motion,
Wait,
Well,
Diane was next, then you.
Oh, I'm making a motion, but we could decide on, is that instead of trying to barter back and forth what's doing, what we think is doing, and whatever, that it might be a good thing just to hold it for revisions and have them record what they want and what we are going to do, instead of trying to remember whether we're going to take the deck out and how much of the pictures. I think it would make this end up and put more back onto their responsibility to come up with something that we can accept.
Okay, hold on, thanks. Abby?
so, Diane, were you saying hold for revisions? Okay.
We need to get a driveway in here.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure there are no retaining walls on that. Is the Angola, is that north?
Yes,
Is that- Okay, so, that everything on that north side, that the terrace patio, whatever, everything here, yeah.
there's a small
Um,
retaining wall between these
see the
structures,
stairs.
Abby,
And that is
That's it.
how,
1 foot to 2.
It's a 1 to 2 foot variable where those stairs are in the back.
Guys, I got to point out that there are 2 houses below us that are going to be built below us. So this isn't going to stay wide open. There are 2 houses below us.
Linda, thank you.
yeah, I just think let's make this as naturalistic as possible.
It is,
Given-
Abby, because there's another 15
Linda,
feet
stop.
before you go over the hill.
Linda,
Okay.
So I would go along with Diane to see it an actual, I'd like to see this patio taken off the drawing.
There's too many questions of,
were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I think I agree with Diane, but I think we should be very specific in what we want for this. So I would like to, if you all are amenable, I would like to, agreeable, I will make a motion.
Give it a try, see what happens.
So the whole 4 revisions,
Yeah.
specifically no fire pit. Type 2, 3 foot tall fence versus 4 foot board fence. Draw in.
Is that a type 2?
Linda,
Yes.
I'm gonna
It's that
say
type
this
two.
once.
Type 2?
No, don't interrupt.
I'm writing it
Don't
down.
interrupt.
He said type 2.
Okay, type 2.
You can listen to the tape, please.
Steven.
So specific revisions, no fire pit. Type 2, 3 foot tall fence versus 4 foot board fence. Type 2 fence to the east of the garage. from the garage to the property line where the Keystone is. Keystone Drive versus Shell Drive. Cobble apron versus Belgian block.
Mhm.
No partition strip.
Steve, where is that?
No partition strip. I don't know, it says.
The
cobble
apron.
Belgian block partition strip.
Oh, that's just a 3 foot,
Apron.
three
Got it.
apron, so it doesn't go into the street.
This,
Yeah, continue, Stephen. And
Okay, so
Linda,
it's-
please don't interrupt anymore.
Cobble apron. And
the fire pit.
I got no.
You got
fire
that.
pit, that was number one, but it's not number one. No structure. Or retainage. Structure being as defined in the building code.
Mhm.
The zoning bylaw, or retainage in the area currently. Going to be a terrace /patio.
Mhm.
And that would be the motion or revision for future review.
Okay. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
All right, so. Well, on the motion, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, there it is.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. All right, so. Do we want to jump back to,
Jeez.
what was it, the first application?
Yeah.
No, I mean, no.
My hands are really bad today. I don't know why.
What did I do wrong?
No, they get,
No, nothing.
I
But
can't-
but so we held this,
do.
remember you said.
I
to
so-
keep back from, is that all right?
and I drop the water on my body rather than. We're supposed to get pain in the ass.
It's gotta be that.
Yes, yes.
It's coming back, yeah, it's coming back.
Tell me something. You.
Okay, so we're gonna move to 41 Harvard.
Okay. Me with 65. Oh, they're going down. Wait. Yeah.
41 Harvard.
What's this? I don't know.
Linda, you've spoken the full piece tonight, you can get to watch.
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies.
Let me
can
just
we
tell
go
them
up
what
the
the
site
pictures
plan, Please.
Let me just introduce, I can tell them what the pictures are. I know what they are.
Met.
But they're every single dorm down there. Okay, I can do it. Okay. Hello,
41
this is
Holbert.
an application for 41 Holbert Avenue. This was last heard in March. We had requested some revisions to the house, and then because of a desire to get the foundation moving, we took an approval that night for just the lift of the house on the new foundation elevated. Oh, who's my board? Sorry.
No, I don't think
It's
I'm on.
Jesse's gonna sit on the seat, sat on the name.
Okay, okay. So this is for the main house. So the drawings you're going to see here are the previous approval, which included the raising of the first floor to the FEMA elevation of 10.2 feet, which is a 3 foot raise. And then what we're proposing today, which is the new design that does include third floor dormers on the Holbert Avenue side, which I can run through as we open the drawings up. I did email Esmeralda the last submission we had put in for the main house before we opted just to take the approval of just the building raise or lift, in case anybody wants to see that. And then what we, are you going to go to the, sorry, you're going to the drawings? And then what was submitted to you are just a bunch of photos of examples of third floor dormers in the neighborhood. So if you want to start on the north elevation.
Try one more up.
Yeah. So that's the north elevation. So we did actually put the roof walk back. I'm happy to put it back with the existing details of the current roof walk that's there. We felt that this was helpful in sort of establishing that this is the main mass of the building as seen from the beach, and keeps that more prominent elevation to that on the north side. We'll go to the next one. Now, this is the east and west, which are basically somewhat mirror images of each other, not the west having more single-story mass. And that shows the third floor dormers on the Hobart Avenue side. What we wanted to do here was we pulled the dormers in on the third floor to reduce the verticality of them from our previous submission.
Lisa, just to interrupt, just for
Yeah.
clarity, is the lower right the previously approved?
That's the previously approved, and what that shows, Stephen, though, just to refresh your memory, is just the raising of the first floor to the floodplain elevation, because we wanted to spend some more time on the actual design of adding the third floor dormers. So the previous approved was simply to get the first floor up to the FEMA regulation. So I did email Esmeralda what we had previously submitted and we're discussing the last time, if that's helpful in relation to what we are asking for now. So what we did do is pull those dormers in dramatically. So now they're 9 light dormers as opposed to there were 6/1s before, much more vertical. We also took 6 inches out of the overall ridge height of the structure. And as evidenced by the photos that were submitted, the third floor dormers in that neighborhood were a very common way of adding square footage to the buildings where they needed to get another floor or what have you for extra bedrooms. We think the scale of these windows is in keeping with a lot of the third floor dormers that we submitted in the photographs. And just to point out that the building, the original submission for the addition is was 36 feet 4 inches, and now we're at 34 feet 6 inches. So we have over the design process of this application lowered the ridge quite a bit, and we also changed the dormers on Holbrook on the east and west were originally submitted as gable dormers, and now they're much smaller, lower shed dormers, which we think is more appropriate. And then just, I know staff and the public have to comment, but the homeowner is on the line and would like to say a few things after staff and the public.
We can recognize. So go ahead.
Okay,
Or did you
go
want to
ahead.
wait? Yeah, why don't we just, yeah, typically would here now. I'm sorry, please introduce yourself for the record. Peter.
Peter, are you
Peter,
there?
Peter.
I might have to text him if you guys want to, if you want to start, Holly.
Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the structure is originally a circa 200, sorry, it's been a long day already. 2005 infill within the Brant Point neighborhood. You did approve, as Lisa mentioned, a 3-foot increase due to the structure being in the AE9 flood zone, and a streetscape was provided along obviously with the required elevation certificate. The height proposed with the changes before you is to actually increase it from 32 feet to 34 feet 6 inches. This additional height is not due to the FEMA, but from obviously the additive massing in the third floor dormer. The streetscape is very telling, and this dwelling will be the tallest out of the dwellings on that side of the Holbert that are shown in the streetscape. I would recommend to reduce that massing and height that's changes and retain that 32 foot as much as possible. I think the east side is very vertical. Actually, this is a really good indication right here, where with the addition of that third floor dormer, now you have basically eve line to eve. It almost looks like a dormer on top of a dormer, like a cake, if you will. So again, those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. 1 second, Mickey. Any abutters? Okay, Mickey, for the public or for your public group, rather.
Thank you. So, bumping the rear wing of this house up to 3 stories unbalances the properly scaled existing configuration. The proposed rear wing overpowers the front main mass and should be scaled back in volume to maintain appropriate additive massing. On this east elevation right there, the disconnected roofs of the rear portion to the front main mass is also highly unusual. And I completely agree with what Holly had said about the streetscape, that this does create a very tall building relative to the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Anyone else from the public, Holly? Okay. We normally ask questions. I don't know if we did that, but are there any questions for the applicant's agent? Okay, we want to go right to comments, concerns. Who would like to go? Any takers? Or I pick a victim.
I have just an itty bitty thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Peter is back if you want him to speak before the.
Sure, why don't we have him
questions.
speak now and
Okay.
we'll go from there.
Hi, everyone. Can I be heard reasonably?
Yes.
I know you're slogging through a big agenda. I'll be really quick. I just thought out of respect, I ought to appear too. My name's Peter Palangian. I guess I'm the applicant. And I just want to introduce myself and tell you why we're pursuing this design. I live on Orange Street, been coming to Nantucket for, I think, 27 years. I've been before you when I redeveloped the Dreamland Theater, I don't know, 15 years ago, I suppose. I led that project, both professionally, my company did the development, but on a charitable basis. And I own a year-round business on the island, which is just to say I care a lot about Nantucket. Lisa was in front of you, I believe, in early April. And I know there was little support, but there were also some real concerns around the design. We listened carefully and went back to the proverbial drawing board. And I think we made some modification and improvements. I hope you'll see them. We've lowered the roof by 6 inches. We've lowered the proposed new dormers, and we've made those new proposed third floor windows a little smaller. The reason this is important to me, and I know your purview is to care about the exterior, but I can't have an occupiable third floor without this. I have 6 children. I'm going to be a grandfather in July. I'm going to have a lot of children in this house. And having bedrooms on that third floor is important to me. So with that, I would ask to turn it over to Lisa, and I hope you'll like some of the improvements we made.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Shall we go to comments?
Yeah, I
Go
was
ahead, Abby.
going to go. Well, I'm glad you have a lot of children. But my issue is that third floor dormer on both sides. I think the earlier proposals are quieter. And, I don't mind just seeing some roof down there. It's just that you don't have to stick a dormer everywhere. And I think it would be a lot more appropriate if those dormers weren't so I think it's drawing your eye right up there, and I just think it's overwhelming. I just think it's too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Oh, could I just add
Yeah.
that the height is overwhelming as well?
Okay.
The height-
Diane?
The height, is designated by the flood zone, is it not?
The first floor elevation is, yes,
Which,
but not, yeah.
putting everything up. How tall is it in its full
It's
thing?
34 feet, 6 inches. The last approval, the house was
Is
32
that go
feet,
to the,
10 inches.
to the eve, or does it go to the?
That goes to the ridge from
to the
grade.
ridge, but does not include the roof walk?
Does not include the roof walk.
So that's technically what, two and a half more feet?
More than that, three and a half.
So it's 35 feet as a total building.
Well, 34 feet, 6 inches from grade to the ridge, and then
Yeah.
plus the roof walk.
Plus the roof walk.
Mhm.
That's coming awfully close to 40 feet, which is too big down there. It's,
I will,
Please hold, please
yeah,
hold.
yeah,
Go
of
ahead.
course.
no, that's, all right. I don't know how to make it not so busy on particularly that elevation there. I think it needs to be, I know from what you said, you have a lot of family going to be there, but I don't know whether 6, it really doesn't fit in, the 6/6 or whatever might take your eye out from the amount of sun reflecting on the 6/1s, which would make it less busy, make it fade in better. But it, the height is just too high to put, I think, along that side of Public Avenue. Right, little bit past the middle of the thing. It's got to be simpler somehow. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Diane. Val,
Trying to figure out what I want to say.
okay, you want me to go to Jesse or you want to take a
Yeah.
stab?
Go ahead.
Jess?
Oh, could I ask to go to the Holbrook Avenue elevation too? I don't think we
Yeah,
actually
I
looked at
meant
all of the elevations, just. It would be the south.
South.
Just because one of the things that
Okay.
I wanted to point out was
Ready, Jess?
that, yeah, that's a scene from Holbrook Avenue. So one of the things that we did do as part of this that I forgot to mention was in the previous submission, which again, Esmeralda has, we had a full 2-story mass with just a shed, with just the shed porch roof that wrapped around. And Jesse had mentioned that he liked the double gable. So I just wanted to point out
Okay.
that in the new design, we
Thank you, Lisa.
lowered that mass down.
Jesse?
Thank you. I guess, is there, so are these comparison photos here of third floor dormers?
Yeah, all those images are 3rd floor dormers and there's a second packet of them. And you'll see that we've really, tried to keep the windows up there very small, just big enough to get light. And then we pulled them in dramatically from the eave from our previous
Lisa,
design.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just
He was
want to
asking
let
a
him.
question. I apologize.
We go back to the south elevation. Yes, thanks. And then back to either the west or east elevation. Thank you. And for dormers to be on the 3rd floor, I think they're well designed. I'm looking at some comparisons and this is a very simple dormer brought in on both ends nicely. I think Diane's idea of the 6/1 is a good idea to possibly dumb it down a little bit. And maybe, and I'm not even sure if I like this idea, but maybe get rid of some of the roof walk, widow's walk, but that may what it's doing now is it's creating height in that in
and even though it's shorter than the third floor, so if we were to remove the roof walk, I think you may want to look at it to see how it looks. But I guess, for third story dormer, I think it's as good as we can ask, less maybe asking for, that window change that Diane suggested. Okay, thank you, Jesse. I guess that leaves me, I think the third floor dormer is the least of my concerns. It's primarily the second introduction of a full second floor mass. We've been talking about the dormers, but that's not really what's carrying the weight of the structure. It's the introduction of the second story. And I would like to ask that we please get copies of the minutes, because after so long, I don't even know if I'm reversing myself on this. So that would be helpful if we get the minutes included.
Yeah, I mean, I have that information.
One of the applicants recently, if they're not too lengthy, had put them on a cover sheet, which was very helpful. I think it was James. Maybe it was Joe Paul. I'm not sure who it was. But it just makes it a lot easier to be looking at these and have a better sense of where we are. So what is the pleasure?
No,
I actually didn't go, but. you
I'm
hit
sorry, Val. Oh, that's right.
The nail on the head. I was trying to figure out what it was about it that was kind of sticking with me, and it's not the dormers. It's the second floor continuous eave line all the way around, I think. That is, yeah. I don't know. It's massing. It's a big box now with no break in the wall and no sort of additive feel to it, and the roof pitch on the rear changed too to a steeper pitch. I don't know if that.
no, it's shallower than it exists today.
Oh, because it says 9 on
Right.
existing and this says 11.
I think they're backwards. Maybe.
I don't know. I agree with that, Stephen. I think it's that, and primarily on the east with that little break in between the two structures.
Okay. Any other comments or concerns at this time?
I wondered,
Val, 1 sec.
oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay,
Not really
Diane,
second.
thank you,
I
Val.
wondered if to balance the second floor out, we separated the metal windows to they would fit underneath the second floor and wouldn't look like spaces in the building. I don't know. It's this, all the windows on the second floor going along almost like a commercial building.
You're referring to the west elevation?
The west
Yeah.
and the, yeah. The
Okay,
east doesn't have it
The east, yeah, it doesn't have it as.
so
yeah.
much.
okay.
It's just-
What's the, yeah, go ahead. Jesse.
Back to the west elevation. And this is something I was thinking of bringing up originally, and to carry with the silhouette of the original building, and to reducing the ridge line of that second or third floor, is maybe creating that little notch out on the top. I don't know if that helps with reducing the massing of that, but your primary concern was the second floor, not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, the introduction, if you look at that west elevation, since it's the one that's up, it's a meaty sandwich. It's sandwiched between a first floor and a third floor roof with a dormer. And I really don't have issues with the third floor dormer and the roof. It's that extra wide sandwich there.
Can you explain that to me? The extra wide.
Well,
sandwich?
you're creating the mass, the increase in the mass, forgive me. We didn't have pizza tonight. I'm a little hungry, so you can tell I'm using food analogies. The mass, the increase in this mass is not this dormer. I mean, this previously approved dormer is smaller. Or this dormer is smaller than this.
Yeah, because, yeah.
The increase in the mass is bumping this roof up,
Right.
putting
Agree with you.
a wall all the way around.
Yeah.
Well, Lisa asked for clarification, that's all.
Yeah.
No, I think the reason I focused on the dormer was because I thought, I much prefer the previous.
Okay, but
Right.
I'm not saying it to diminish your comments. I'm just pointing out my concern was
No.
primarily the second floor. Okay, and I'm responding to Lisa's
Right.
question
Yeah.
And can I just respond to all the comments? Just briefly?
briefly.
Yes, I will do it briefly. I should have submitted the meeting minutes because the last time you were in favor, you said it's not my favorite, but it's approvable. And Val actually did like it. And
Something I'd say.
Right.
no, the previous approval that I submitted to Esmeralda, because you're not seeing the generation of where we started, because this previous approval is just the lift of the house, which got approved the last time, but it was after discussion about a bigger renovation that included the third floor dormers and included the higher ridge. I think the only difference is we added the roof walk back on, which we thought was helpful, but I could certainly take that off if it's a distraction. And the other thing that I just wanted to point out is that obviously what's there today before the lift and after the lift is only a 2-story house. That's the difference. And getting that third floor is an important part of the program. And we can't really do that and meet the code without raising the roof.
Okay.
And that's the whole part of the design challenge with this project. And I guess, in hindsight, I should have put on previously
would've been
submitted and I
helpful.
can have them pulled up but since we're asking for approvals to a previously approved application, I didn't know that I should put those on because it would be confusing. So that's the difficulty with
Well,
this.
you guys hold on one at a time, please. Val, did you want to comment?
Well, typically you put.
I did it
what you're
right.
Right.
Changing it from, so this is brand new.
It is.
Application,
It's
not
Yeah.
not revisions to something that was submitted previously.
If I may, Mr. Chair. just to-
Please, Holly.
So basically, Lisa had an application before you for the elevation and changes to the massing with the third floor dormer. There was discussion basically about how overwhelming it was, but at the end of the day, Lisa said, well, I just need to have the elevation.
Yeah.
So that's what it was, and it was approved through staff for
Okay,
just the
so I don't
3-foot
remember that.
elevation with all of that. What you see before you tonight is a whole new proposal, obviously reflecting off of what you all approved for just the elevation height.
And some revisions based on your comments the last time it was heard.
Okay, so go ahead.
Esmeralda, could you,
Original.
Well, that
No.
is just,
could you
a
pull up the
page.
email I sent you previously?
This
I
is
mean,
crazy.
it's confusing.
no, wait, guys, we're not going to keep going round and round on.
Well, I just want to show, just to explain.
Oh, I just want to back up a second.
Okay.
Abby, what you were pointing it to
Yeah.
was a reduction of one of the full pages.
Oh. it
So that's
wasn't the
all.
original.
Yeah.
No,
So I think what we need to do for this to be a coherent discussion and fairness to the applicant and the applicant's agent is we should get a presentation of what was the existing, what was previously approved, what was previously proposed on the smaller scale, and what's currently proposed,
okay,
and the minutes.
I will do that.
And then we'll have it to look at, and we're not going to be, jumping around to different files. It's too important an application. And I think it's fair to you guys to just if we can get a motion for
Do that.
revisions you may make and additional information
Right.
on,
Notes, minutes.
on Diane's motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Yeah, go have a martini.
What happened to the pizza?
I don't know.
Oh, really, there's no pizza there.
No,
Could be.
no love.
Tammy, I'll text her, but I'll see if it's on her end, our end. Let's see. So we're at 25 East Lincoln.
Hey,
Hey,
I'm too stressed.
you're too stressed?
Just watching. Just
Watching.
Stressful.
Okay, myself, Stephen, Diane, Val, Connie. Ta-da.
sorry, I was taking the crumbs from those crackers out of the basket.
Good.
So at the time that I refiled this, the minutes
Yeah,
weren't
you're
ready.
not on this one, so you can take a break.
You want
There-
some
Yeah,
pretend Girl Scout cookies?
No, oh my God, do you really want to see me amped up again? You do, I know you. I see you. Yeah, I know, you want to get me amped up.
can you score the old days, please?
Yeah. Do me a favor. We're ready to get that.
Sorry, Ethan.
That.
Okay, everybody all together here?
Yeah.
At 25 East Lincoln.
Ready? Ready?
Well, if this is correct, I have myself, Stephen, Diane, Val, Connie. Is that what you have?
Yeah. What's the address?
Val, Diane.
It's not on here.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
It's only on the screen.
All right.
Ray,
Yes. Oh, what's this? Pretzels.
they're delicious.
Oh, wow, cool. Oh, thanks. Fab.
Okay, ready?
Share the
So,
meeting with me.
We'll get
I got
around to
them
you.
for
no,
us.
those are really
What's your
good.
name again?
Ethan.
Okay, so elevation certificate, well,
Yeah, so the things were requested at the time I refiled this, the minutes
Hmm.
weren't ready until like
right.
the other day. So it was requested to have a certified elevation height by the surveyor, which we included, and the historic documentation, Holly, determination that all that scanning stuff. And then my previous approval was, there was two gable forwards, one on the right, one on the left, and you're recommended to remove the gable forward on the left and just have the roof go straight across and step down like I did. The other thing is, the other comment was in the first floor in recess on both the existing and the main house and the proposed, there's a window and the front doors to the right. And I submitted a photograph showing, if you go to the photographs, you can see, if you go to the photographs.
So this is the same essentially as the last one. It's a-
Minus with the revisions that were requested. So if you go to the photographs,
What's the address?
25 East Lincoln, there it is. So that, now I have another photograph. I submitted some, there's another,
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
That's the with funny chimney.
if you scroll to the other photo, that one, see, so there's the front door as it is today. And that's how the front door will be as it is. Because the comment was, oh, I don't know where the front door is. You can clearly see this thing. So I wanted to leave it the way it was. That was, oh, and then closing the air conditioners, which I did.
Right. And you took the conduit off. Good job.
What's a conduit?
On the side of the building that puts in.
Oh, yeah, those are, it's normal air conditioning,
Oh,
not,
yeah. Now I remember they.
and I think at the bottom is the original submission, but that's, I just did what you wanted. I think at the very bottom of my submission was the original submission I did with the two gable forwards, but this is based on all your comments.
Okay, these are good. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1951 structure within the Brant Point neighborhood. I wanted to also mention, I think I mentioned it before, that we have a new Form B that will be proposed. This is within our survey work that's underway with PAL. And I think I previously mentioned that this dwelling was originally constructed by the Trayers as a rental property. So way back, as a rental, included the 27 and 29 East Lincoln. And based on review of historic aerials, it appears that the second story was added to the east wing on 25 East Lincoln, and a one-story front gable addition was added at the southwest corner sometime between 71 and 85, which I believe is what Ethan has provided before. But again, this is a contributing structure within the Brant Point neighborhood. Since the last meeting, we did receive the elevation certificate. Thank you very much, along with the ferment map as Stephen requests. I did need some clarification, Ethan, on this. It looks like, and I could be wrong. First of all, I'm not familiar with the surveyor who provided it, but it almost looks like the elevation information is based on the existing structure and not necessarily the proposed structure, because it says finished construction. So I was just curious on that. Let's see, and the 1 foot between the base flood elevation and the design flood elevation, it should be clear on the plans and the certificate. They should match, should not be able to, it should be very clear. Appreciate retaining the 12/12 windows. I think that was also previously discussed. Also in that porch area, I think that looked very successful. I believe there is a loss at not retaining that existing south front chimney. I understand it previously discussed in discussions I've had with Ethan prior to the review of this application originally, that the existing chimney that's there, that's that character defining feature of this 1950s structure, is not structurally kind of stable. However, if it was even rebuilt on that elevation, it would be great, and it would retain a character defining feature. The loss of the 1-story additive massing is concerning, although the 1-story front gable was added in the 1970s to 80s. But also which was also the same time that the original second story was added, when it went from the typical cape to the 2 stories. The full 2 stories loses that additive massing, as mentioned with building with Nantucket in mind. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey.
So it still feels like there is no front to the house.
Oh,
With the amount of work proposed, it should be possible to improve the street presence by having a more visible front door. The building is actually moving closer to the street, which I'm not sure if that's necessary. If it stayed at its current location, there would be room for a front stoop at a front door facing East Lincoln Street. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. No, apparently. Good.
Do you want me to reply to that while we're moving it?
Not necessarily. I think I see why you did that, because it's infracting on the setback.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to continue the infraction.
Right.
Questions for the applicant, agent? The chair has.
Who would like to begin?
You got one more thing?
Well, Heidi asked about the elevation. So it was done by Jeff Blackwell, and he had a company that does that.
Yeah, that
So-
guy Chris works.
And
with
he
Jeff.
told me what number to put the house at, and I put it on the drawings. That technical stuff, I don't know
Mr.
what. he
Chair,
did.
through you, if that's okay. Just basically that these numbers that are on the elevation certificate reflect what you're actually,
I was told to put it, and I put it on the drawing.
that's what I needed. Okay, thank you.
So we're good on that? All right. So who would like to begin? Thank you, Stephen.
All right. So you can hear me while you're eating popcorn. I just want to say with my mouth full, I miss John McLaughlin and paper. Hearing John wrinkle the paper. Okay, now I got that on my system. South elevation, please. The chimney one. Okay. Oh. Can we zoom in just a little bit? Like a tiny percentile. Perfect. Okay, I get what Holly's saying. To me, the existing south elevation, however, actually reads as what we define in Appendix C as intrusive. And I think that the proposed south elevation in comparison, although it introduces a two-story gable, it's less busy, less involved than having not only the chimney on the front face of the south, but also a double gable tiered in height and depth. To me, that's a very atypical design, and I don't think, which leads me to, nor is it appropriate, which leads me to the concept, in addition to the chimney and some of the fenestration, is that it's intrusive. So south elevation, net improvement, it's a handsome design, pretty design, whichever way you want to roll with that. East elevation, obliquely viewed from the streets, a little concerned about the overall mass. Ethan, what's on the east side towards the main street there? What is it, North Beach?
What? Can you point?
What's on the east side of this structure? Is there a house there?
Oh, there's a house right there in bush in a large hedgerow. It's on the photographs.
Okay, I see it. Okay, yeah, there is. So that, some of that concern goes away. Excuse me. On the north elevation, it's heavily fenestrated, which is a concern. To the extent that the rear portion, which I believe is the the left second story mass, will only be visible obliquely. I suppose it's acceptable. I do appreciate the fact that this mass is stepped back fairly considerably. Do I have this backwards? Yeah, that the left side on the north elevation will be closer to the street, correct?
The north is the opposite of the street. It faces the wetlands.
Faces the wetlands.
Yeah, you're not going to see it unless you go.
Okay,
down.
I'm sorry, I'm malnourished. I'm just having a difficult time here. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I can't help it.
I'm sorry.
The west elevation, something peculiar, and I think it's actually the way that the rendering is working, that the windows in the doors underneath the porch are lighter.
Because they're recessed, and that's
Yeah, it just shows,
the drawing thing.
Yeah, it doesn't read that way. But in any event, thank you for clarifying that. The chimney west elevation. I had a question because when I looked at the site plan. Right, so on the site plan, your chimney isn't showing. On the, oh, I see, it's in the covered, it's buried in the covered porch roof. Okay, that was the concern. Okay. That chimney is gonna be at the back of the property. I'm not concerned about it. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Let's see. Connie, anything? Okay. We can come back to you if you'd like. Val, anything?
No, I appreciate the getting rid of that second gable. It's much simpler. And I think, given that the stairs are facing the street and they'll probably put a little pot with a plant in it or something, it would say it's the front door. And there are houses that have those side entries. The windows in the porch, Ethan, do they need so many panes?
Well, originally, the original design, because as evolution of these houses on Nantucket, when the people did infilled porches, they usually did a different style window.
Yeah.
That's why they were 2/2s, and you consider in the original design, and I was told to not make it 2/2 windows and make it more picture windows. And if you go scroll to the bottom where I have the original submission, you can see what it looks like.
We had 2/2s.
Yeah, go to the original Esmeralda, if you could scroll down to the original submission. To the bottom. Yeah, see, that's what it looks like with that.
Well, maybe a happy medium, do 6x6s or something. It just seems,
Just
it may just be me. They seem like a lot of little pains in that.
So it looks like the same thing that you have going on with the 12/12s, right? Same panes.
Yeah,
Yeah, if you go back up to it, you can see there's like a couple of little sliding windows and then a double hung in the middle.
Yeah.
It's just a lot, but that's all I have.
Sit belt, okay, thank you, Diane.
Well, I appreciate the changes and the chimney, are you proposing that chimney go back? Or
No, this.
Not to where it currently
this
is.
the one they get rid of.
yeah, that's,
They put it here.
that's right, that's good. It's a crazy looking chimney,
Yeah,
so.
that's existing.
I don't know. I can't think of any suggestion for those windows on the porch. Except all the windows on that side are what, 12/12s? And it's busy, perhaps if you've made those sixes fairly good size sixes, that would make you aware that that was a porch rather than just more rooms. I think that might work out. I think it's a cute house. And technically very simple, but carries a good architectural feeling about it. So I just fool around with those windows.
that's why I like the 2/2, the originals, because evolution of houses on the Nantucket where they infilled porches, you did have mix match window patterns and usually used glass porches with 3-season rooms and just threw in
Yeah,
double, that's why I like the previous. I think this is a little busy myself. It's like that's why I like the original of just 2/2s because it defines it as a glass
yeah, I
porch.
think it's busy, so what? Anyway, I'd like to see what you come up with.
Well, so Val said something interesting a moment ago. She was the one that brought it up. Concern. There is an in-between. Something in between a 2/2 and a 12/12. And that's called a 6/6.
Yeah, well, we suggested that to him.
Yeah, so I think that would actually be,
Think that
I mean,
was
there's
all right.
it's a pretty dramatic move going from a 12/12 to a 2/2. They're like at opposite ends of the spectrum. So I can understand the concern for all those panes there and what should be reading as a sunroom, because right now, honestly, it doesn't really read like a sunroom. So I think, 6/6 would probably be a good solution to that.
I have one follow on.
Yeah, go.
Okay, so I'm gonna offer a contrasting perspective. I think these windows on what looks to me like a covered porch that got filled in could be more successful if your columns translated somehow to the mullions. Something you could rearrange that, but these sliding windows just harken back to such a nostalgic period. I mean, to tell the story. The other thing is, I think this house is crying out. And I don't mind the difference between those windows and what I'm about to say. Is if these were plank frame or plank frame looking windows, I mean, this is it would be such a charming statement type of a period structure. And it would be magnified greatly by what it replaced. So I wanted to mention that, right? I just wasn't gonna be able to sleep tonight.
So what were you saying specific to those windows though?
I think that these are successful. I think they could be more successful if the side casings, the leftmost and rightmost casings were somehow addressed so that they were buried so that they look more like they are literally input into a porch column frame structure.
Yep.
And I think that, you know, maybe that center one confuses things, so maybe you have, they are all sliders, but it's a 5 slider versus a 4. So I don't know, I think you've got.
No, I agree. Yeah, I could do it. So there's a column, basically put a column in the middle and then put the sliding windows on either side. Like it was a porch and it was infilled.
So that was just what I wanted to see if I could plant a seed. And what's the trim colors? Don't get any ideas.
No, it's not white. I don't know what it
No,
is.
that we're going right to. Oh, what's the?
No, I don't know what color it is. It's on the application.
I know, I didn't look at the application.
You can scroll up.
Yeah, it's a house
I
that's
think the house is white because everybody likes white.
already there.
Can you,
It's got that crazy chimney.
Oh, yeah, so I'm.
And please, Ethan, I know you mentioned it, but be sure to include the minutes.
well, they weren't ready until just recently.
That's right.
So, yeah, no, the minutes will be included.
The application.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The roof is wood.
so.
Can I ask for that?
No,
On McLaughlin.
The windows are white to match existing, sash is, yeah, trim is white to match existing, natural roof wood. Doors white.
the only issue that people have is with these windows, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
So.
Oh, wait, there's one other item.
What's that?
Can we zoom in on the existing north?
That's existing north.
Oh, okay, sorry, forget it. Skip it. I was gonna say,
Okay,
if that AC
oh, that.
is there, unless it's a patio terrace, it's not approvable with the house.
Uh, So can we, do you think it's possible to do it through staff on those windows?
Absolutely.
Mr.
I
Chair,
make the motion.
I have a question
Yeah.
because I brought up the fact that this is a contributing structure. With some substantial changes. However, I'm questioning on whether or not historic determination is required. I'm not too sure. Basically, it's based on the elevation. So for instance, if this structure, first of all, typically with elevating structures, we do want to see a streetscape. We haven't seen that yet. This isn't a section of Brant Point that we're probably going to see more of. This is in the AE7 on more of a corner. So we're going to see a progression probably of other contributing structures being elevated and or possibly replaced. And I'm concerned, one, from the fact that if this elevation is going to increase possibly due to it maybe not meeting the I'm curious on what exactly is being the changes to the do you see where I'm
Can I
going
follow
on
up
with
with
this?
on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank
So,
you.
Ethan, I didn't understand that earlier. This is an AE7. So the design flood elevation on this is going to be 8 feet, which is substantially higher than this. So I would motion to hold 4 revisions that include the elevation shown as is actually proposed and the windows along the lines that I suggested and with an option for 6/6.
The the south has the elevation marked on it where it's going.
Well, that's not an 8-foot increase.
No,
And thank you, Mr. Stephen, that's kind of my point, because if you actually look at the elevation certificate information that we received, it's based on a lower elevation, which is what contributing structures can be, a lower elevation. So I'm wondering not how much of the existing 51 structure is being retained in order to actually justify its exemption under the building
With respect to
code.
Establishing a historic determination
Correct.
so that it can be lower than what is otherwise.
Correct. So
required.
there's that disconnect that I'm, with all due respect, concerned on if you all did approve through staff.
I think we would need, through you, Mr. Chair, a demo plan to understand the modifications.
Thank
Because
you.
basically what Tali's saying, if you don't mind my rephrasing it, is that in order to keep this lower, which is kind of crazy for us to even be thinking about, but it's the law. In order to keep this lower, it requires a historic determination. But the structure is changing so dramatically that that historic determination may not actually be relevant because it's not relevant to the new structure. Therefore, this would have to be raised to a design flood elevation of 8 feet, which is 1 foot above the base flood elevation of 7 feet in the AE7 zone.
Right, exactly. And the surveyor told me that. And
I'm
he
so glad you
says,
followed that.
oh, that's fine. He said that the elevation I'm giving you, I said, when we started this, technically pretend it's a new house, where do I have to go? And he told me this is the height it has to go to. That's marked on my drawing. If we can lower it, that's fine. I'll lower
No,
it.
no, no, no.
No, I thought it was already lower.
It is lower.
It is lower because it's based on average mean sea level, not the elevation of the property.
If Ethan, back up 1 second. If this structure, the new structure, can't qualify for historic determination by virtue of the fact that so much of the pre-existing structure is not being utilized, then this doesn't qualify for this historic determination, and therefore it doesn't qualify to be lower in the zone. It's showing lower in the zone than it would be required to be. It would be required to have a finished floor above the 8 foot mark. And currently it looks like it's not even 4 feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 38, it's 40 inches.
It's not above grade. It's average mean sea level.
Yeah, oh, I'm
elevation.
sorry. Again, malnourishment. So, but
And-
it doesn't show us that it doesn't show us it on the drawings.
On the-
Okay, but so Holly's point
Okay.
is demo plan would give us some backing at the building department if we were ever called into question about the determination.
So my floor plans are a demo plan because I have it marked.
One
It's already
other- I'm
included.
sorry. One other, so what you're saying then is the 3'8" is where the 3'8" mark as shown.
Yes.
As drawn,
Mhm.
this is the highest height it would have to meet the minimum FEMA regulation.
Yes, exactly.
Due to absolute sea level.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And my floor plans show a demo plan because I mark it in colors.
Did that clarify it for you too, Holly? Because kind of for me is that he's not showing this. It doesn't have to be. This brings up another point that we should be looking at is when we see a house that they say it's got to be 10 feet and they show it at 10 feet. That's 10 feet from grade, not 10 feet from sea level. So something's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we need to have the drawings revised to reflect the base flood elevation, the design flood
Do
elevation.
that through staff.
I can do that. Yeah. The
Yeah.
surveyor just gives me that information. We put the numbers on the drawings.
Yeah, I don't see,
All right.
there's
But
not a demo plan.
We need to see the windows.
Because the windows, yes.
And there's not a demo plan.
Do we want to have him come back with the windows?
I think so.
Okay.
I
All
would
right, so
suggest, Ethan, sorry. So a motion to hold for revisions
Okay.
and information and window options.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
fantastic.
Okay,
On,
thanks.
on Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Aye, any opposed?
I think we can do it through staff.
Well, that wasn't the motion.
I know.
I know.
No.
Okay, so motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, so now we got a block of Stephen chairs.
And we're moving so fast that if Ethan
Yeah.
gets those things in by the end of the
Yeah, I
week,
know.
he'll hear it next week. Yeah. it's not a big deal.
Although
Okay, so this one I'm keeping.
Dinah's on Zoom.
Dinah's
for
on
your
Zoom.
First one, and then I don't know about Matt.
He's out of town.
He's in Spain.
What are we starting with?
Stephen is chairing 7 Sandplain Drive,
No, no,
which you're on, Abby's on, Jesse and Carrie. And Stephen, of course.
Okay, so Dinah, welcome to the HTC. You there? Can you hear us? We can't hear you. We hope you're there. And can
I can see
we
her.
pull up 7 Sandplain site plan, please? Oh, there she is. Was Dinah in the office the other day? I thought I heard her voice.
I thought I saw her right up there.
Yeah, she's there, but we can't hear her. I think she can hear us. Donna, can you hear us? If you can hear us, put your thumb up. Thumbs up. Okay, so we're having problems hearing you. Do you want to perhaps log out and log back in and we'll move on to the next application?
Yeah. Thumbs up.
Okay, we'll do that. Thanks, Donna. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Okay, now does anybody know about Matt? Is somebody repping for him or are we just holding that? Okay, so we're gonna hold those. So that's those three Stevens. Now, now that brings us back to that Botticelli and Poole group.
So
But I think Lisa wants to hold this too, but I haven't heard from her. So let's see, how about 8 Main Avenue?
that's a good one.
We skipped Matt's.
We did because.
Yeah, because no, someone asked.
And by,
Yeah, that was with the consent. Remember, that was the one, the agenda I told you.
With conditions. Yeah,
I'm
with
sorry.
a ton of conditions. Yeah. Yeah, all, yeah.
What was approved with conditions?
1 Lily Street and Holly's is not in consent with conditions. So she was asking about, did we skip that one? Yeah, it's up here. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I'm gonna text Lisa about 16 East and I don't know anything about it. So no 8 Main.
Do we have Michelle?
How about 3 North Mill?
we know it's Bill.
We already know that Mirka is not here. Right?
What happened to 8 Main?
We're waiting.
Nobody's here to wrap it.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 people in the queue, Ann and William, and I'm not too sure who they are and what the applications are here for.
Okay.
William is me, and I'm sure you guys don't want to hear from me.
Hey, Billy,
How you doing?
we're getting there.
You just like watching the best show on the island, right?
And who's the other person, Holly?
Yes.
Jesse's here for 8%.
Yeah, second to the last one.
Right. But who's the other one in the queue?
I think that was Ann Davis from.
Oh, okay. So she's just holding over to catch the firework, if there's any more fireworks. Can we text Joe Topham on 12 Angola?
Dinah is back.
Dinah's back.
Dinah's back. Okay, so that's you.
Yes, can someone please, sorry, Mr. Chair, while you're coughing, can someone please reach out to Joe Topham?
I will.
Katie is K&M Landscape, KM Landscape.
We got it.
And we're holding America. And do we have a phone number on the application for 8 Main Ave? And somebody could please reach out to Ethan.
Donna is ready to go.
Okay, no, that's cool. I just want to line us up before we jump into the next one because we're going to be high and dry. Jesse's here, obviously, we can jump in with him.
We got 7, are we going to 7 Sandplain first?
Yeah, we're going to do 7 Sandplain in just a moment. So someone is reaching out to Katie, someone is reaching out to Joe.
I don't have its number. Is it on the?
Katie, I got Joe.
Oh.
Yeah, reach out to both of those, please, Jesse. And can someone reach out to Ethan? Please,
I thought he was just here.
Ethan Griffin.
Oh, I might have this, hold on.
Okay, because it's 7:30.
It's kind of there.
I don't want to be getting, I know it is, but people aren't used to the new and improved HTC. Okay, Dinah,
Hi, can you hear me?
we can hear you. We can see you, and we'll wait for the site plan. When you see that, you can start walking us through it, please.
Sure.
I got that faux Girl Scout cookie sugar buzz going.
Seven.
Okay, Donna.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. 7 Sandplain is located at the end of Sandplain Drive. It's a hammerhead, small lot, considering the most of the lot is an easement. previously submitted was a box basically, and we were asked to increase, I think we picked up all the comments. Number one was to increase the size of the windows. So all of the windows became larger by 4 inches. Some a lot larger than that. Then the number two was to add 4-inch trim under the eaves and rakes. We did that. Number three, we changed the gable ends to 4 light windows. Number four, we decreased the height by 1 foot 2 inches overall. And we added a streetscape drawing at the end and included a 5-foot front porch along the north elevation, and generally just more fenestration.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dinah? Comments or concerns?
I have only one comment.
Go ahead.
So Dinah, that the porch, can you go to the pool? There it is, on the west elevation, it shows there. Or is that the front stoop?
It's the north.
The north would be the front.
The west is the north, yeah,
Yeah.
and the east is on the south.
Yes, can I take back?
That your question is?
Yeah.
Okay, she answered herself. Thank you, Abby. Concerns?
Done.
Diane?
No, this is going to go off of Evergreen, which is where Sandplain is. And it's very typical of the houses along that road.
I concur. Val?
I'm not on it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am. I think the changes you made are good and it looks good.
And Jesse?
Aye. Motion to approve as submitted.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye. Any
Um,
opposed? That carries unanimously. Okay, so we're waiting to hear from, did anyone get back?
No,
Lisa's getting on. Okay, Lisa's getting on.
I reached out to Ethan Griffin. I don't have his number, so I sent him an email.
Did someone reach out to Joe Topham?
I did.
Okay,
Lisa was next.
I'll call.
okay, I would appreciate that. And no word from Katie. Boy, we're just. Jesse, why don't you go ahead and do 8 Priscilla Lane?
Yeah. I did. Yeah. Thank you. Were you on that one that we just did? Sand plan.
Yeah.
Same plan.
Yeah,
Wait, so which one are you on?
we're on 8 Priscilla.
Yeah, you gotta recuse.
So when you see your site plan, you're good to go. So the board will be, as a result, Jesse, myself, Abby, Diane, Carrie, and Connie.
Hey, yeah, okay, I was gonna say I could sit off, but you already got this is.
So you're on it and
Yeah.
you're on it.
Mhm.
And can I watch with you?
Yeah, there's just this one sheet. I don't get it. Where's the rest of it?
Okay, Jesse's gonna walk us through it. Okay, Jesse, you're on.
Okay, Jesse Dutra for the record. You can see the locus map there. That this is behind the house, but it is also on Westchester Street. So basically, there's a big elevation change there. There's a lot of vegetation there. So it's pretty hard to see up that hill to the lot anyways, but we are proposing to put in some evergreens to help screen any possibility of seeing it from Westchester. But again, if you look at the elevation change, it is quite dramatic, and it's somewhere around 10 feet in elevation change between Westchester and the elevation of the pool. So
Okay, are there questions for Jesse on this? Carrie?
So the patio level is 30?
It is approximately 30. It looks like it's between 30. Yeah, 30.
And 26. So
yeah.
then on the Westchester side, there's a 2-foot wall that the pool, that's the edge of the pool.
Right.
3 foot.
Well, from 30 to 26.
Um,
20.
29 here, but
Some of that is going to be adjusted by you just changing the grade.
Right. But we need to see what we're changing. What do you,
So it's not 26. We're at 30 and it's 30. Yeah, so it shows you there. It's a little bit of manipulating of the grade because it's as you can see where the lot is flat, it goes from 32 to 30 through half the lot. Then from 30 to 20, it drops pretty quick.
right.
So it's really still pretty flat in the patio and pool area before it starts dropping down pretty quick. So I'm probably going to be manipulating the grade on not even in the pool area, more on the patio area by say 18 inches to 2 feet on that 28 line. That will be adjusted a little bit between the 28 and 30 where we're going to be manipulating the grade. And it doesn't even look like we'll be doing that where the pool is. It's more where the patio is.
But you'll have a little tiny bit of a steeper hill right here. Where you come here and come here, right? You create a
Right.
flat. This part will be a little bit of a steeper hill and then back to the natural hill and.
Yeah, right. And then that, it's dropping 2 feet every, 5 feet or whatever it is.
use your words.
The evergreen planting buffer, are those, what? are
Those are the arborvitae green giants. I probably would be mixing that up more with cryptomeria and blue spruce, but arborvitae green giants are okay as well. They're not as bad as the Lehman cypress.
And then the natural stuff will stay on the roadside?
The natural stuff will stay on the roadside. There might be some clearing that has to be done due to moving the box, the building into place.
I would just be most concerned about not having it be just a wall of something so. formal
Yeah,
like
I'm
that.
with you on that one.
The descent of Westchester is very natural and.
Yeah,
there's a lot of scrubs, so that's my biggest concern.
I agree.
Anything else? Did we skip you? I apologize. We're gonna go back to Holly and then.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, this is obviously an infill within, the local historic district right off of Westchester, but access up of Priscilla Lane. That you all saw, I think, this past year. My only concern is the visibility from Westchester, being the fact that Westchester obviously is one of the oldest streets in Nantucket. And I know this is in the section of more of infill, but nevertheless, that grade change. So I would obviously request that the commission makes their typical caveat for pools. And that obviously, we know that Jesse will provide natural screening as much as possible, because I do agree with Carrie that this is more of a natural, less manicured section. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any of butters in there? Mickey?
We didn't really look at this, but I would just, I couldn't really follow
Wait a
it.
minute, 1 second, I'm sorry. Did you want to object or are you okay with them? Go ahead, Mike.
I was just trying to follow what Jesse was talking about with the contours with Carrie. And it seems like it would be appropriate to have we see the existing contours on the plan, but we don't see the proposed contours. And I think that would clarify things a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, may I add something?
You.
I did the house.
You may.
The pictures are not showing the whole situation, which I think would have cleared it up from the beginning, but literally I'm standing on Westchester Street and that wall is up there. I mean, the top of the hill is up there, so
Yeah, a viewing might be.
viewing would really help.
Geez, between you and Mickey, I don't have anything left to say.
Okay.
I have one other thing. Okay. Who's up?
They're calling it. Val is saying we should do a view, then I would consider doing a view over there to see how the Pilgrim fits in with Westchester and stuff like that.
Abby?
I was looking at the hardscaping and wondering if on that left side it could be sort of rounded out or taken off the that property line a little bit. And it does look a little hardscaped. But I think I trust Jesse. I know that's
Can you
really.
Can you delay a little because the pizza's on the way and we're gonna.
What? Oh,
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. Thank you. No, I'm not complaining.
wait, no, I ate all this other crap.
I just said it's.
It's not crap.
Slow down.
It's organic.
No,
food.
no, I know, that was really
It's a
good.
pizza party.
That was really good.
Sorry, see now when we get going and we have.
But,
Stop and play.
Maybe some.
Yeah, so I don't actually need a view. I think I trust what he's doing there and that he's doing that screening from Westchester.
Thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I do too. I mean, that all doesn't have to be right angles down there. It should be softer going around and whatever. The run into a little water problem, but I don't know where it is.
Okay.
The back end of Pilgrim Road.
The Pilgrim and Cliff is a mess.
Any other?
No, just
Okay.
he knows.
So, just to be, Stephen, fair and even, we pulled some other applications or comment on applications because of, grade not being called out in the plans. So nothing personal, Jesse, but there's a couple, my concern with this is primarily the hardscape. And then the result it may have on the view and in relation, the height of the plant material that will be basically 12 feet above the road. So, my primary concern is that this grade at the house is 31 feet. This grade at the far end of the pool, if this patio, which doesn't show a step of retainage from the house, is gonna be 31 feet. So to be a grade change from here to here, 27 feet of 4 feet in height. And typically we require a cross section and a better understanding. I think Mickey's comment could address it. Is that we have the contours laid out as to what will actually happen. So we have an understanding, because if there isn't going to be a retainage here that's hidden by evergreen material, then the result will be that this will be 31 feet according to this data, this being flat. And then we're going to have this type of in order for these plant materials to be planted there either has to be retainage, the proximity of these plants to this element, this structural element. There either has to be a retainage here, so there's a plateau to plant them on, or the grade needs to extend out past that in order for them to be planted on. So that would mean that the grade would extend out here, which would jump it up another foot. So I'm concerned about that. I think we need to see a contour plan.
What about a cross section through
I
the middle?
think cross section would be the most beneficial because it gives the applicant's agent an opportunity to plan what they want to do. And I think that that's relevant just because one of the best practices we agreed to and voted on is if there's a grade change more than 2 feet, that there's a cross section of the area in the application.
Yeah, I
So,
think,
Those are my concerns.
I think. Right, and I see where you're talking about, especially with creating a more of a flat area for the plants. So we'll have a couple of steps coming out of the building, but I haven't
Right.
shown
We have
that.
a
So basically,
thought.
I'll do a contour plan that explains that.
I think these are technical clarifications as opposed to, I haven't heard anything saying this is unacceptable. I think we need some additional information to pin it down. And I think, given our quick turnaround times, it wouldn't be a big delay. We're not looking at a month or even 2 weeks anymore.
No rush here.
Okay.
It's okay.
Would it be beneficial to put a couple of stakes where that is way up on the hill, like at the 2-foot height that you're suggesting?
Yeah.
So then you can see where the pool is gonna be.
So how about thank you, Val. How about a motion to, if someone is inclined to hold for additional information, a view and some stakes with the application. Staff will just let us know let staff know when the stakes are up, and staff will let us know.
So move.
All in favor?
Specifically a section.
And a section in the information. And all the different things we talked about to show the transfer of the height, whether it's steps, grade change, retainage. All in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Chair,
Yeah,
I just wanted to say, if there's anyone else in the room waiting, Joe Topham is not showing.
okay.
With, I think with Angola.
Yeah, I think 13 Angola.
We've got two.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Got
Yeah.
Lisa up there and Katie Mitchell's right.
Okay, good. So why don't we take people in order if we can? I think Lisa's next, 16 Easton.
I don't know if she's jumping on or not.
Is it 46 Easton first or 16?
Forgive me, where is 46? Oh, no, it's 16.
16's first. Okay, I've got it.
Yeah, it actually
Sorry,
doesn't matter.
I'm home. I had to go vote and then I ran home.
Okay, which are you prepped for, Lisa? We can be flexible.
16 is fine. That's great.
16. Can we pull the site plan up, please? Lisa, you know the drill. When you see the site plan, please start to walk us through.
Yep.
Yeah, we motioned. He's good.
Staying up there.
What are you staying up there? He's getting ready for the pizza.
Really not getting it, I hope.
Yeah, it's on the way. What?
What
Okay.
we decided, we're gonna do 16 first?
Site plan, please.
Yeah. All these are revisions to a previously approved structure. So it's the larger building on the 16 Easton Street side. It's a garage dwelling. And most of the revisions are fenestration changes and adding some details to match the other buildings. So if you want to go to the first elevation. So that's the elevation that faces into the lot. So the site plan, we can go back to it if you need to refer to it. There's a single driveway that comes in because the lot is narrow. So we wanted to just make some fenestration changes. We wanted to spread the kitchen windows out a little bit more. We'll add some planting and probably some roses between the windows, and then make some changes to the design of the garage doors. The next elevation on the south is that shingled detail, the half shingled wall of the tapered columns are what's on the other structures. So we incorporated that into the design. The next elevation is the west side, which faces 22 Easton. And we just removed a window, which was in the garage. And then the last elevation faces into the lot, which is not. One more, sorry. Hold on, sorry, I'm sorry. It was there. Apologize. That is actually the elevation that faces Easton Street, the north. And that is the street elevation that faces Easton Street. The other one faced into the lot.
Right.
This one's the one somewhat visible from the street behind a large privet hedge. Sorry, gotta let my dog in.
Okay. Any, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that you all remember that 16 Easton Street is an infill site where the two previous driftwoods were there. One from 1880 gambrel and then the 1953 The garage doors proposed are appropriate. However, I think the side door that's also being proposed to be changed should be kept as is or simpler, or maybe even a combination of the two, but it seems like they compete with one another. And I think the curved garage doors actually add a nice character to the gambrel in that era, shingle kind of style. Appreciate the addition of the low shingled wall and the shingled piers at the porch. I think that adds a good element. And I think it's actually in keeping with Resilient Nantucket, and they help ground the gambrel. So I actually have no concerns on that. My only concern is on that door. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any butters? Having asked for the record, Nikki?
We have no real concerns, except I agree with Holly on the man door, not the garage doors, about the curved other door. And also that elevation, the west, the loss of that window, which was, it seems like a kind of a gaping hole there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, can I just respond to just those couple points? I just want to point out that the west is directly next to that large building at 22 Easton, so I don't believe that'll be visible. And also the windows are low at grade because that section of the building is not elevated. And then relative to the man door, that's, I think, Holly, you must be speaking to the one on the east. I just question its visibility, just in terms of if you look at the site plan, and it's going to be a very oblique view to it.
Okay,
And that's my only points.
thank you. Who would like to begin?
I'll begin if you want. I just want
Please,
to
Diane.
ask Lisa, why is that third window going on the
On the other elevation, on the west?
on the west elevation? Yeah.
Because it's in the garage and we needed mechanical space. So because there's that other structure, the big, the large buildings next door, 22 Easton, it's just not visible. So I didn't think it was going to be an issue. It seemed.
I just wanted to know.
Okay.
I think the garage doors are fun. I think they'll be good. The other door, the man door, it gives competition to the garage doors. So I think it reduces the interest of the two garage doors. I think that's all. I just don't think it's necessary to do that. I think if it goes back to what it was and you've got the two garage doors there, that's neat. I like the front that's on. Everything else I don't have any problem with. I think that it goes. I have no other nasty things to say. So that's
No nasties.
no nasties.
Val, would you like to go?
Sure. I agree with everything that's been said. My concern is the front door facing the street. It was a 9 light before. And now it's a French door and it just goes into the garage. And I know we're trying to make it look like a facade of a house.
Mm-hmm.
Could we do the round top door there? As the front door?
Yeah.
Well,
No?
that feels like it's much more visible in that location. I thought this was just and keep in mind, if you look at the landscape plan, well, you don't have a landscape plan, but if you have a site plan, that'll be privated.
I just thought it might be a front door than a French door into a garage. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Val. Gary?
I just have a question for you. The columns, I didn't notice them before, but are they square tapered or are they round?
Square.
Okay, thanks. And then I don't know who said this, but I think the round people door is a little much, just because of the proportion. The garage door proportion seems right, and this one seems Switch.
Yeah, yes.
I don't mind a little glass in it, but, I would change that. to different.
Thank you, Carrie.
Am I on this?
Yeah, you're next.
Just. You're
Thanks,
gonna start
I
doing the
knew-
thing.
I knew you were next.
I agree with Val about the French doors, and I was wondering about a cottage door where you have, or a Dutch door where the bottom and the glass above are
It's not
open.
this elevation, right?
It's
It's the,
south.
it's the north.
Nora, can we go
North
to the next
elevation.
lab of drawings, please?
Not the second floor, just the first floor.
Is this the one you were referring to, Abby?
Well, I was referring to the other, which is the one on the street? That's the one I'm concerned.
Mhm.
This is on the street,
Okay.
but it's not on the street, it's back from the street with parking in front of it.
Faces the street.
Right,
Parking space in front
so
of it.
I kind of agree that a French door for a front door is. I mean, I wouldn't mind it on the side, but I think more of a front door would be probably appropriate.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with Abby and Carrie on the front door not being a French door and the service man door not being
Hmm.
what it is, the way it is.
Hmm.
rather.
Yeah. that's
So
fine.
what do we want to do, folks?
Well, I have a suggestion about that.
Okay,
I think that maybe the
Yeah.
reason. What?
sorry, I want to.
Oh,
Your names for the minutes.
Okay. It's Val. If the. It looked more akin to the. Garage doors, meaning the wood part came up higher. It might not
Can
seem
we go
so,
to the,
so much of a disconnect.
to the other elevation, please?
Can I make another suggestion? Maybe just have the shingled wall go in front of it. And enter the porch in the middle.
What?
Can you clarify that?
Go back.
If you go back to the right elevation on the
North.
north.
No, I think Val's talking about the service garage door that's arched.
Oh, got it. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused between all the doors. Okay, sorry. Say that again,
Back to
Val.
the- Back to
I
the
was
other
just
one.
saying that I don't, is much of a proportion thing as it is. The proportion of glass to solid. So if the solid part of that third door came up as high as where it is on the garage doors
I
and,
got it.
Or how about even just one light?
you know, not, and the glass more akin to the size and the.
Right. What if it came up just one, the wood came up one light?
No, two.
Okay.
Just something to make it more connected. I think the glass panes being so bigger and it just might work.
Okay,
Okay.
so, and I guess if there's no one adverse to that, how do we want to handle that? Process wise,
We could do that through staff,
Holly,
Holly.
Holly's design review.
Holly, you know what I'm trying to say?
So this is gonna be this is gonna be approved HDR. Holly design review.
Right. If you,
Reduce the glass in the east elevation arched people doors to be more reflective of the garage doors.
Yeah.
Proportion glass, same
Height, everything.
proportion of wood,
And what's the rest of your motion?
and then the front door to be 6 light with wood.
well, she had a 9 light before approved. I don't know if she wants to go back
Okay.
to that, but.
Well, and would you guys, if you go to that elevation, the front door elevation, which is the north, could I just continue the shingled wall in front of that door so you wouldn't even notice that it was a
How
door?
would you
No.
get it?
Well,
That's
you
a weird
walk around
no.
the side.
No, you
No.
can still see it. You can still see that it's front.
Can we zoom in on what's here on the left, please, in the bottom little squirty one?
It was a 9 light.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, so what's the motion, a 9 light?
9 light and a single panel to match the others on the other side.
So the motion is on the north, a 9 light single panel. And what was the other one? The east?
have the same dimensions as the garage doors,
Yeah,
same height, same.
Proportions.
Proportions.
Yeah.
through HDR. And that is, all in favor carries motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I
Now-
love those doors.
Pizza or no?
pizza, because I think, do we have, oh, Katie's here, but Katie, we're gonna take literally a 5-minute break. We're
Yeah.
way past dinner. It's gonna be to your benefit. We're gonna be a lot less cranky. And we'll be right back. Ray hoovered the
Okay.
You know Eli Zabar, Zabar stuff? Eli Zabar
Tammy.
has this massive rooftop, like hydroponic growing thing.
Yeah.
Really good. I think it's their white pizza. See, that's what you got tonight. It's orange and lemon. Foods.
Oh, interesting. Just because of the timing?
Yeah.
No, it's just
Here.
way better.
Who's
Okay.
here?
Ethan.
I thought you said
Well,
Katie.
Katie,
Katie,
what-
who in order? It's Katie. Katie's up.
What's that address?
So Lisa's here for 33 Brewster.
Oh, no, Lisa's up and then Katie and then Ethan. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that we had three people.
Yeah. Is she still here?
Everyone's still there. Okay, guys, let's see if we can make this
I'm
quick
here.
without sacrificing quality. So we can get all three of these people that we requested be here done.
I think this is pretty simple.
Okay, let's have the site plan, please. I know, I'm just badgering you. This computer is gonna be one of the ones to get replaced from town meeting, right? That we had a discussion on. Yeah. Okay,
Okay, here we go.
Lisa, we're gonna ask you
Can
to,
you, would you mind sharing the screen so I can see what you guys are looking at? I'm sorry, I can't. I just see you.
we just see you.
Oh, okay. Are you pulling up a site plan?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay. This is, but I'll start. It's 46 Easton Street. It's the mansard roof house that's on, also known as the Auburn Cottage. And we are just asking for some fenestration changes based on some plan revisions to the new addition part of the house.
Oh,
So there we go.
okay, Lisa,
Yep.
I'm gonna cut you off there. I was actually gonna put this on consent, but I thought Holly might want to talk about it. Holly?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is the Auburn Cottage circa 1760, originally built on Cliff Road, moved to this location, I believe, in the 1800s. And you all did previously review the proposed changes to this site. MHC actually reviewed it for Chapter 91 requirements. And when they made their review, they just wanted to know and make sure that the HDC issued the appropriate certificate of appropriateness. So I've communicated that with them at the last review. That would be, as far as the fenestration changes go, I think the east is appropriate. Retaining the existing on the facade, retaining the existing door is great. I'm wondering if that was actually an MHC comment. And changing the configuration on the rear, I guess, stoop there. I don't see any concerns. I think it's a net benefit. So my only question would be if MHC reviewed and had some additional comments on the elevation. That's all.
And how would
Thank
we
you.
know that?
Typically, they do a comment letter. So I don't know if anything else has been submitted because of chapter. 91.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly haven't done that. I can speak to Dan Bailey about doing that. I would hope that, so they did not request a door change. We just decided that the 9-light door was sort of ho-hum, and then we went back to the old photos.
Yep.
And found pictures of the old door. We will have to remake it, but we just thought the design was more appropriate.
I would agree with that, Lisa. Mr. Chair, the only thing what I would do is if the commission so inclined to approve this is I will send a letter or an email to MHC to just to let them know that once that the
That we've
commission.
done it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
fair enough.
Thank you.
For procedure, no butters. Mickey,
No concerns.
thank you. Any questions on these two elevations seen before you?
No,
Next up,
no.
okay, how about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, who's your board?
our board is myself, Connie, Abby, Diane, and Val. No, thank you for asking. All in favor of Val's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Mr. Chair. We're
So
to
I think we're to Katie's thing now.
Katie,
right?
yep, and then Ethan.
33 Brewster.
I'm here.
Okay, hi, Katie.
Hi.
Let's see.
Why don't we put Connie on this one? Unless you having pizza.
Jesse would be up next.
Yeah, or sorry, I meant.
Do you want to sit off?
Yeah, I'll sit
Oh, okay. So who is next?
Jesse.
Okay, so Jesse, you're on this at 33 Brewster. New business. Okay, Katie,
Yeah.
you want to run through it for us?
So it's just fencing. There's,
Fences,
what's that?
fences.
Yeah, fences. So there's a house going in on the north side of this property. So we're trying to create some screening. So we're just looking to do the deer fence, the 7.5 foot, woven wire deer fence with pressure treated posts every 20 feet. And that would go along, I don't know if you can see the top of the screen, top of the plans where it's in red. It goes all the way along that side, then down the east side, and then part of the west, and then connects to the proposed little board fence that's by the garage there at the head of the driveway. And there would be board fence flanking the other side of the house as well. So we want to enclose that whole back area. And then it's just lots of big vegetation along the deer fencing on the neighbor's side, who Matt actually spoke with the other day, and he said he's good with the deer fencing. It's all going to be hidden.
Okay,
As long as it's not like that one on.
yeah,
Where?
No. We haven't dealt with.
like
Not
Hickory Lane or
No.
what do they call that?
Hickory.
Hickory, yeah.
Smoked hickory.
Nope, I make sure they do this right. Every 20 feet, one steel post between at 10 to just for added stability, but no cement, just they dig 3 feet down.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just there's nothing, sorry, baby, there's nothing existing on the north side, but the west and the east, the south and the east have this really flimsy, crappy, like 4 foot useless fence that's all zigzagged and weird. So we just.
okay. Thank you, Katie.
Yep.
Board members?
My only concern is that it's hidden for the most part, and Katie says.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, we want it hidden.
That's all.
Anyone else?
Does it go from the house?
No.
I
It
just want.
goes, this deer fence is here. Oh, listen to the baby.
Yeah.
And then.
He wants to touch the computer. Why does it have to go right there? I wonder. Just
I
ends.
don't think it is. I think it's
not-
inside.
they've got
This
up
is-
by
this is the
cross.
line,
I'd rather
right?
have it
This
just go
orange.
here.
So there's
can't
vegetation
see it,
between. that.
This,
Hey,
this one says proposed fence and then there's a dotted line and then this is a dimension.
It looks
hey,
like.
Katie,
Yeah.
we're having a little trouble reading the plan. I thought that the fencing was the orange line that was inside of the property line.
No, that's the setback. So the fencing is literally just on the inside of the property line.
Well,
Just
so then there's no vegetation to be able to cover it.
they haven't done their planting on the other side yet. The house is still under construction.
Well, I guess what I mean is we would be relying in this case on planting on neighbor's property to screen. Am I correct
Yeah.
in saying that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess I should have gotten a letter from the neighbor, but we were originally gonna do a board fence there, but it's just a lot of board fence and the neighbor agreed that he's fine
Nate, can you please take him? I can't, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But don't you have three neighbors?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You have three neighbors, one on each of your three sides and then Brewster.
Well, there's, the south side is already completely screened with all natural vegetation and stuff. You can't see anything there. That's all existing. It's just the north side that doesn't have the existing vegetation. It's So, something feet.
I mean, I could probably get a letter from the neighbor if that helps, but.
Well, once again, it's three neighbors, one on each side and one in the back.
There's nobody on the back. The back is just vegetation for, God, I can't see any house.
Well, somebody owns that property.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're probably right.
Somebody owns that property.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house that whatever, who, I mean, I don't know who owns it. I know the house is way far back from that
I'd
property.
love to hear from other
Okay.
members of the board here.
So Katie, I just got to echo Ray, Stephen here. We've got a similar fence and it's very close to the property line and it's become problematic.
It's on
the property line. So, typically what we're looking at is this is inset and buried in the plant material. As opposed to, it's like the good side of the fence.
Yeah.
If it's a wooden fence facing the neighbor versus the utility side. So that's my only concern.
Okay, well,
Like
again, the east side and the south side, it is buried. Because it's
Right,
just
but
natural
Katie,
vegetation on both
Katie,
sides.
I'm sorry.
It's the north
issue-
side.
Katie, the issue is that it's buried by someone else's plant material. So if they decide that they want to do what your client has done, which is put in a lawn and some specimen and plantings around the border, they need to then hide this fence that they didn't put up. So that's the issue there.
I understand. I don't know. I mean, would it help for me to get letters from the neighbors?
I think it would not. I think it would help if you move the fence in 5 feet so that the vegetation was on your property as opposed to the neighbor's property.
That would put it,
Make a suggestion of making it smaller.
Well, hang on. What, Katie?
putting it 5 feet in would put it on the pickleball court.
Well, no, I disagree because you have a 10-foot setback.
The setback,
It's a 10-foot setback. If you put the
Well,
fence in 5 feet, you have 5 more feet to get to the pickle court.
Is the pickleball?
not much room for not room for vegetation between the pickleball court and the.
Through you, Mr.
That's
Chair,
done.
Katie, is the pickleball court fenced?
No,
Okay, so the ball just goes pickleballing on out of there?
yeah, I mean.
Okay. The solution there could be that the fence becomes one. Okay, so that's my concern, at least 5 feet in.
Okay, I want to hear from the other members of the board, please.
Well, I'll
In the
go.
remaining 3 minutes. Thank you, Diane.
I'd like to have it go to halfway across where she has the fence to the middle of the house and go down and around it up into the house. Why go all the way up all that other land with the fence? She doesn't have anything.
Well, it's deer fencing.
It's all been cleared already from the construction on the other side.
And then you can put the pickleball court behind the house and in front of the pool.
The pickleball court's there. I'm not, that's existing.
Oh. Well,
I'm just trying to fence in the back and create, trying to make the other neighbor happy. They want screening
well,
between
maybe
these
sometimes
properties.
should apply first before the stuff goes in.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
thank you.
I wanted to just bring to the commission's attention, I got the GIS up and I wanted to show that basically the land that's behind all of these properties on Brewster Road is owned by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I know you guys were just saying that somebody owns it, but the state owns it. So just wanted to give
Now
that.
we know who owns it.
Yeah, there's nothing back there.
Well, I guess
Well,
what I'm
it's
saying
stated
is the
land,
Commonwealth might decide to clear all that out and
Yeah.
make a parking lot.
Okay.
Well, that's got existing fencing. I'm
Okay,
just-
Katie, I'm sorry, we're running out of time. Val?
I don't know that I necessarily need it to be 5, just something so that there is planting on both sides of it. So yes, in from the property line.
Jesse, Yes.
Well, I mean,
Yesy.
it's a pickle of a pickleball situation.
We got one that's coming in next week that was,
So, I mean, can we go back to the locust map, please?
This isn't unreasonable. We ask everybody to push it in, not
Yeah.
have it right on the line.
so let's make up our minds.
I've made up.
Okay, Jesse?
We're leaving
well,
together.
And I'm sorry, but sorry. It's deer fence.
Yeah.
That's on the back property.
Yes,
All-
dear.
All three
Fence.
property.
No, so there's no board fence?
Where is that?
It's all the way around the property line.
The 7-foot board
Yeah.
fence?
No, here.
I thought I put board fence on the application.
Yeah, it's in the, it's just the partition from the house to the side property.
I mean. And I have no problem with the application, sorry. You guys have to bring in by-
Okay.
Okay, how about a motion? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, I want to.
I was hoping to get to Ethan before
We are gonna get to Ethan.
Well, we're running out of time.
Okay.
Not.
Is there a motion?
Oh, good.
Hold for revisions? Or hold, I mean, I would. It seems the consensus is to move it 5 feet in, so we either
I'm
make an
fine with
approval
that.
or we can hold for revisions.
I'm fine with the.
Make a motion.
Okay, so a motion is to relocate the deer fence. Abby's like, I'm not doing it. To 5 feet inside the property line.
Okay, that's your motion, Stephen?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Jesse, you're opposed, right?
I say opposed, I'm just.
Abstain. Okay, 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Is, so is he?
Can I ask a quick question?
That's through staff.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
On the south side where there's already the existing wire fence, it runs along an existing patio. I can't move it in 5 feet on the south side.
At the back.
Yeah,
I don't.
I don't have the image.
Oh, it's here.
I mean, they
Well,
have their,
That was the motion. I don't know what to say.
Oh,
Are we gonna move to the next application or
Yeah.
not? Okay,
I
Up
think
to
it's
you.
pretty straightforward.
yeah, the next one, Ethan's, go.
Yeah, so Connor Arsenal, Griffin Architects, on behalf of the applicant. So 22 Broad Street, we're gonna be adding a second floor addition to this rear L. Continuing that existing gable off the back mass, and then just bringing fenestration up on the courtyard side where we can to match existing, and then reusing and relocating the existing gable end window from the first floor.
Okay, folks. Oh, do we have, oh, you know what? I can't sit on this. Sorry.
Okay.
You got a chair. I'll stick around because you're out of the juice, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you're done?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a individually significant structure, the Forager House. It was built after the Great Fire of 1846. It's missing a floor plan, so I think that would be helpful. And I note that the proposal, while I don't know the visibility on the other side of this, from another street. However, it would be nice to have some additional fenestration. The addition removes the historic additive massing and two existing 6/6 windows now on the east. It would be more appropriate to retain that than the squatty 6/6 that's being retained. But it would be nice to know the age of the windows. So again, missing floor plan, and B, it would be nice to know the visibility. I note that that would be where that would be, one of the side streets, probably Chestnut. Yeah, on what that visibility would look like. It's really, really hard to tell based on these photos that are provided. Again, this is a individually significant structure within the OHD. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any abutters? Mickey?
Yeah, I think a lot depends on the visibility from Chestnut Street. And I didn't look myself. I can't really tell, but if it is visible, I think it would also be logical for that to be a symmetrical gable. I'm not sure how to do that, but you'd have to lower the plate. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who'd like to comment now, or should we go straight to the view?
Let's do that.
It's so clever.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, our board is. Harry. Thank you, Esme. Yeah. So I heard a motion for review.
Yes, so move.
Okay, so it's all gonna hinge on the view.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Report back to you and let them know.
Will do. Thank
All
you.
right.
Oh, thank you. What do you guys think about minutes? Got April 11th, 13th, 27th. Whoa, wow, what are so many?
There's
13.
Are any,
Here you go.
Esme, are any?
I never touched the ones you sent me.
Okay, so can we hold on these because I.
All of them. Okay, let's hold on.
And may I please request to speak about my Save Our Sound thing at the beginning of next week's?
Yeah, that's a
meetings?
good idea. So we can,
Buddy, that on Thursday.
Can I suggest that Val speaks at the beginning of Thursday's meeting?
No, I have a dentist appointment off Island Thursday.
That's right. So next Tuesday. Okay.
What about a motion to adjourn?
John McLaughlin said.
yeah. John. Okay, on John's motion, Val,
Hi.
Diane,
Hi.
Stephen,
I email you.
I'm an aye.
thank you. And on John's motion, John on
We
your
just
motion.
continue.
All right, and